Hello and welcome. It's Saturday, April the 18th, 2026. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us on another episode of Have Your Say 247.
Dad, everybody out here, thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much, Matt. And my family came all the way from Chicago. You got Zach. You got Wedge. First time I ever stepped foot in a helicopter was when I was learning how to fly in flight school with my nickel ride. My family and I came from Nigeria. 4 immigrant families. And this nation, the only nation that left an immigrant family, an immigrant boy, fly out of that. Woo! Yeah. I did not take that for granted. I did not take that for granted. I know what we do. I know what's facing us. I really appreciate everybody being here. My parents, my mom.
I don't
My mom is here. She's not supposed to be, but she's here. She's not supposed to, but she's here. My dad. Thank you very much. All across the street, I'm going to change. We'll knock out a ceremony. Sir, again, thank you for doing this for me. Sir, really appreciate it. You're the man, dude. You're the man, dude. Woo!
Ìwé ìmọ̀lẹ́wé epo eléyìí ò ṣẹlẹ̀ ní o ó ṣẹlẹ̀ lójú mi live and direct. Ẹni tó ní mọ́tò yóò dúró sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ìdẹ̀ lọ tọ́ọ̀nù padà kí n tó dé ìmẹ́sì orí bẹ́ sínú omi òun yẹn lórí ọkọ̀ nínú ọkọ̀ ojú omi ẹni yẹn nì. Mọ́tò mi rè èmi gan mo pe àwọn lásìmà nígbà kan máa bọ̀ èmi gan mo pe àwọn lásìmà live and direct eléyìí bẹ́ sínú omi lójú mi ni live and direct. Òun lélẹ̀ èmi mo gbé kóòtù sẹ́yìn mọ́tò to avoid further accident. Òun lélẹ̀ plate number mọ́tò yẹn rè. Plate number mọ́tò yẹn lè. Ó kó fóònù méjì sínú mọ́tò. Fóònù méjì yẹn nínú mọ́tò. Òun ni. Fóònù méjì ló kó sórí síìtì yẹn pẹ̀lú power bank ẹ̀. Èmi mo pe ọ̀gá àwọn lásìmọ̀ tó wà yánà wòwò. Ọ̀gá yẹn ló wọlé tì fún ọkọ̀ ojú omi yẹn. Òun làwọn ọlọ́kọ̀ ojú omi gbé sínú ẹ̀yẹn.
I didn't have to look back because the truth is I took over for myself. The late Buhari is me. He was a partner. And if I took over from him, is that not from myself? So, if something is wrong, fine. Live with it, correct it, move on. The life voyage is not going to be easy. And so many of you that are traveling with me, I can only stand before you and say you will not regret it. That is why we ask you to renew their hope. If they don't want to see the hope and the roads that we bridge and the children we raise, and the economy we are growing, we lend them Jiggy Bola. we give them eyeglasses. I can assure you, this is whatever you say I do. But one thing that you need from me is a promise that I won't run away from the
affair. And I'll say it again, Tinubu can never organize a free and fair election. It's not possible. He has never done it before, and he will not do it now. It's not in his character to do anything that is fair. Yes, somebody whose name is not his name, whose secondary school that he went to was established after he graduated from there. You know, the daughter is almost his age. You know, so his elder brother, who died, I think, 2 years ago, was 93 years old. But he didn't attend his burial because he didn't want people to know that is his elder brother. For your information, I don't support criminals. That's why I'm not in support of Tinubu. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. And that's number one criminal in this country. I'm not afraid to say it.
President, I'd like to respectfully crave your indulgence to please return to the stage as you officially invite our Chair of Honor, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, on the stage.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very great honor and privilege for me because the contractor that finished this building actually worked with me when I was the governor, Mr. President. And one of the routes that they did for me was the dualization of Aka-Nodo Road that went to my predecessor's hometown. And that road, 15 years after, there is no single pothole. So I can attest to their quality of work. So that's why they said I should call you and assure you that yes, indeed, this will not only outlive you, but will live for decades to come. So please join me to welcome a man of vision, a man who has both sight and vision, a man who is determined to change the future of our country, a man who is a great reformer, a courageous leader, a bold leader that others may not agree, a man who is being blamed for every pregnancy in Nigeria, a man who is being blamed for anything that happens to any political party in Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you. You are already here, Mr. President.
Please be seated.
And I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. Only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better. And I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And that's one of the things that I try to do. And it's certainly something I would expect from the clergy, whether they're Catholic or Protestant.
I was about to fart around and find out, I'll tell you what, most people don't understand this, but the Vatican City is actually a controlled territory of the United States because it is a religion and we control all religion. But what people also don't know is that the Pope is not a Christian and has never been a Christian. He's Catholic, which is different, which means that if he is the head of a religion without being Christian, Donald Trump can overtake Vatican City with the same authority that he has done Iran and Iraq, and nobody can say anything about it. So Pope Leo better watch his woke butt making up all these new rules about love and whatnot while he's sitting behind the throne that he didn't even get a certified elected for. And also, you know it ain't a religion because they can only have fish on Fridays. Not my God.
As to what's happening right now in the Strait.
Yeah, interesting as well, listening to the president saying that he's not going to be held hostage by Iran. He did say that he thought things were going along well. I think everyone thought about 5 or 6 hours ago. Since then, the Iranians have appeared to attack 2 shipping vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. One tanker just off the coast of Oman, so very close to the Strait of Hormuz, said 2 IRGC Iranian gunboats came at it and didn't talk to it on the radio, literally opened fire on this tanker. The crew and the vessel are reported safe. And then about 2 hours later, in the same area, an unidentified projectile hit a container ship. Some of the containers damaged. No fire, no environmental damage. But this comes just hours after the Iranians said they were reversing their opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard a lot of pushback from hardliners in Iran saying that that move essentially was too soft and that they are not responding well to the fact that President Trump said that the U.S. blockade would remain in place. Iran accuses the United States here of not following through on its obligations on the ceasefire. So we've gone from a point of early this morning where things looked like they were moving along well, talks getting close, people talking about potential of talks here in Islamabad in a couple of days, Iranians upping the ante. And I think perhaps that gets to what the president said. He's not going to be held hostage, and he said he's expecting an update on the situation later today.
To say the much awaited bill of our brother or friend, we can call him that now, Billard, has been perfected. But we do not want to dwell on what has happened in the past. And then in talking about what crystallized in court today, we must also commend our leader here, Mr. Mole Showere, for the role he played. And then we must also appreciate Very Dark Man for conceding to see that this matter is resolved amicably today. He has assured the world and assured even the prosecution that he is giving to settling this matter. The fact cannot be denied that Very Dark Man was offended as far as this matter is concerned. And the way and manner that our friend now, Billard, went about this issue was most unfortunate. You do not offend a man in Africa and tell the man to do his worst. As far as this matter is concerned, Very Dark Man was offended. And as a man who is offended and a law-abiding citizen of this country, he has the right to approach the police and the court system to take up a fight that has a criminal element. This matter, in all its ramification, was a criminal prosecution, and the matter was appropriately charged by the police to court. But we don't want to dwell on what has happened and transpired in the past. We are now given to resolving this matter amicably. Both Billard and Very Dark Man are respected youths in this country today. The future of this country lies in the hands of youths with so much influence and so much to give. It would not serve any interest to keep fanning the embers of discord among our youths in this country. We want to see a future where youth with like mind will coalesce their resources and work together for the betterment of this country. This country needs a saving. There are serious national issues that need discourse, that needs urgent attention. Our people are being killed in Nigeria in droves today. The Boko Haram and other bandits are killing not just Nigerian citizens, but they're also killing generals. Brigade commanders are being killed in their camps in this country today. Nigerians are being killed in their thousands in this country today. The country keeps budgeting billions of dollars for security allocations in this country today, and there is nothing in terms of the fight as regards to counterinsurgency to show for it today. In the 2026 appropriation budget, the country budgeted over $2.2 billion in this country for security. And yet, a brigade commander could be killed in this country on account of a dilapidated operational vehicle. It is a shame of a country. Just last year, the country budgeted over $3.3 billion for security allocations, and yet there is nothing to show for it. Boko Haram and bandits are feasting on our people and killing us in our sleeps, in our homes, and on the Nigerian roads. Nowhere is safe. These are matters the Nigerian youth should be focused on, not issues of this nature. We thank Nigerians for their support, for both in support and those against. But we maintain for the time that very dark man in this matter was aggrieved and he had the right to approach the court. But we have now resolved to work together and to get this matter resolved amicably. On the next adjourned date, hopefully, we would have resolved the matter and report back to the court on the progress made so far. We thank you all and we appreciate you all. Thank you.
Dangane da wata sanarwa ko in ce wasu bidiyoyi da nake gani a social media waɗansu suke yada cewa wai an kama ni. To na farko ina son ma in tambaya da nayi me aka kama ni, saboda nayi me, saboda an zo an daddannawa annabi zagi na fita na ce duk wanda ya zagi annabi a yanko kansa shine laifin da nake nan. Tambayar da nake kenan ni, waɗanda suke ɗora cewa an kama ni dan an zagi annabi zagi na ƙare dangi na fita na ce ba za mu yadda ba. Sannan abu na biyu, akwai jaridu waɗansu daga cikin jaridun kudancin Najeriya naga suna ta buga a kama ni, suna ta bugawa suna kiran DSS ya kamata su kama ni, musamman Sahara Reporters, wanda wannan mai Sahara Reporters din dama yayi kaurin suna wajen cin mutuncin addinin musulunci. An gane ai, saboda haka wannan na gani da ido na da waɗansu kuma suna kiran jami'an tsaron DSS kan su kama ni, wanda musamman shi wannan mai Sahara, ina mamakin musulmin da suke bin Sahara Reporters, ina mamakin musulmai waɗanda suke ɗaukan Sahara Reporters ta jaridan nan da kuma mai Sahara Reporters din a matsayin masoyinsu. Wannan shine asalin munafunci, wanda bai da makiyi kamar annabinka, bai da makiyi kamar addininka, shine wanda kake bi, shine wanda kake following. To wannan mai Sahara Reporters din yana cikin waɗanda suke gabadai akan tunda na ce a kawo kan pasto na ba da miliyan 1, yana cikin masu yadawa a jaridarsa cewa a kama ni saboda na ce miliyan 1. To dan na ce miliyan 1 kake yadawa ko Sahara Reporters suke yada kama ni, yanzu na ƙara miliyan 1 ya zama miliyan 2. Na ƙara yanzu abinda nake so in an kama ni ina buƙatar a harbe ni, ba na son, ba wai kullum za a yi ba, harbe ni za a yi. Kuma wannan idan jami'an tsaro sun amsa kiransu, wannan shi ke nuna irin girman raini wanda suka yi wa musulmai, suka yi wa annabi, wanda a kwanaki a daidai gabar da
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, And then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to be
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address you the way I like. You don't know what she already did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. You understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion.
I'm there with people bigger than you.
Okay,
please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such words now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to the show. I see a lot of you in the studio and those on the comment section. I appreciate all of you. It's Saturday, April the 18th, 2026 here in New York City. The weather is good. We are going to have a good day. I hope it's good wherever you are in the world. Today, just like every other Saturday, a week is too long. I discovered a lot of stories out there. One of them, which a lot of people are following, is the story in the Middle East, the story in Iran. Along the week, we thought that everything was resolved. The stock market went up. Everybody was happy that we will have peace And then today, a few hours ago, Iran said, okay, no, we're going to close the Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz again, and we are going to stop ship from passing. And Trump is saying that we're ready to go back to war. So that situation, we have to look at it and see what's going on, where we are with things. Along the same line, we saw Trump and Vance escalate their beef with Pope Leo. So those who are following, we know that Leo was saying that he is against people who are using war, who are not ready to dialogue and thinking that war is a solution to issues. And the Pope got attacked by President Trump and followed by Vance, who was teaching the Pope theology of what is a just war and what is unjust war. So that is going on in America and around the world. When this was going on, we heard from Trump. Most people thought that he was really trying to distract more than anything else, with he posting pictures of him as Jesus, which when he saw that it was terrible, people did not like it. He now came out and gave a different reason for why he posted it, and let's listen to that again.
And I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. Only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
All right. In Nigeria, of course, the election is heating up. ADC, the main opposition party, they went on to have their convention. Is it still going on? I don't know. But despite what the court was saying, and the court came in and ruled in their support. So they are moving on, and they are trying to set up a grand opposition against the government in power. And we heard from President Tinubu throughout the week. I'm not sure where he spoke, but he spoke and basically said that he is not afraid of all you people, that he's not going to be chased out of Aso Rock, that he's waiting for them to meet him at the polls. So that's the situation of things in Nigeria. By next month, there will be candidates for the opposition party. Also going on in Nigeria is this issue between Sowore and Very Dark Man. During the week, they were back and forth. Very Dark Man released a video where he said he was exposing Sowore to the world. It was all about B-Lord, a businessman who had issues with Very Dark Man, and Very Dark Man called the police and got him arrested. I was just trying to catch up with that story because I had no idea what was going on. But we're going to touch on that because it's important to people. Other things going on, and just to say that Tinubu reminded us that he is the Jagaban, that he's not scared of anybody. So we are set for the show. We are set for 2027, and we will be here covering the election every way, every step of the way. So let me welcome all of you back. If you are in the studio, turn on your camera. I will bring you in and we will begin the conversation. Thank you again for joining us. Those on the comment section, those who are watching at home, please like, share, so that more people will see this. And again, I appreciate all of you. So again, thank you so much, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I see that our usual people are here. Mr. James has been with me for the past half an hour behind the scene, producing. So thank you, Mr. James. All right, forefathers, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Damiji. Thank you for having me.
So what we're going to do when I come to you, I will ask you to help us highlight any story that is important to you, maybe something that I did not talk about. There were so many stories, even on the what we sent out to people. There were so many stories. I didn't mention all of them, but so go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, I guess the standout events of the week includes the loss of life in the Nigerian military and what is happening with the Iran war. Clearly, and Trump seems to be on a mission to totally destroy his own reputation and taking America down with it. Because of his antics, as you already attested to, that the Strait of Hormuz is now closed again for no justifiable reason. I think they are just playing games. And surprisingly, I wanted to highlight a discourse that happened with a panelist that was on this show for an interview. The Benue, I think Frank is his name. And he had a discussion. Yeah, Frank, he had a discussion with David Udain. And I was really disappointed with the conversation on all fronts, including that of David to an extent, because even if he had truth on his side, he couldn't make the case very well. And the interviewer, too, didn't help the case. And it goes to highlight the discourse we have within, our own space, the Nigerian space, whereby sometimes they use emotive languages to a kind of override what is actually logically true and evidently true. And I was very, very disappointed in that conversation. I almost reacted to it during the week because clearly truth doesn't matter anymore. People just use emotive languages, crushing baby skull and all that stuff just to convince people of your point. And David Udain could have done better, because it's your responsibility as a kind of journalist, really, to understand how to convey your idea, because he was very impatient with them. And from what I saw, he was even calling them all kinds of names on X, which was unnecessary. All you have to say is, okay, the guy is from Benue, and he has experienced a lot of tragic events. That the truth he's telling you is his truth. It's not the limit of the entire truth of the situation. That there is a reason why they separate, in professional cycles, they separate people that are very close to events or family members and or they have conflict of interest from participating in any kind of objective analysis of a situation. Like somebody that has suffered a massacre of their family, you can't expect that person to be objective. You can't, and I think Nigerians need to understand that too. They can report information that they saw, but don't expect them to be objective, and don't blame them for not being objective. And I think that's where David Udain made a mistake. He could have just said, you know what, I understand your pain, I understand that this thing is affecting you, but this, you are not correct because you've lost objectivity, because you are too close to it. But he made that mistake, and the interviewer, the journalist or the interviewer that should have known better, should have addressed that point and said, you know what, maybe because you are too close to this thing, you are not seeing it clearly. Maybe you should listen to what David Udain is telling you, because that is based on evidence. Yours, you are just reading.
Thank you. Sorry, forefathers. What I'm going to say is that we're going to bring in David here, maybe next week, not this Sunday, next one. I'll try to get him to come. I saw the video, and we can get into more discussions on that. But thank you so much. Right now, we're just highlighting news stories so that we can go into discussions. Tony, welcome, and you're next.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you so much for being
here. Greetings, everyone on the panel and those who are doing. I think you said quite a lot of issues that were topical during the week. I just would like to add that you mentioned though in passing, we know that the Pope is visiting on papal visit to Africa, and Nigeria is one of the countries that has a very large Roman Catholic episcopate, and it's not part of the itinerary. Over Nigeria to Cameroon, and it makes me very curious that Nigeria is not part of that visit. For what forefathers spoke, I was on that platform. I was on the platform. I contributed. In fact, anybody who saw it would see me visibly right there as I'm speaking now. It was a carryover of some issues that David had with Frank Uto. So what you saw there was people just venting, their anger and frustration on past things that have been said against one another. And secondly, I think David shot himself in the foot, because if he's saying that part of the issues of insurgency in Nigeria is predominantly pointing to external influence, and then he's using their own statistics to justify the facts, the issues that he was pursuing. That makes no sense. You can't, on the one hand, say that those people are causing the problems, and then you are using their statistics as your own evidence, to justify your point. So, and then the language was foul, was nonsense, but let us leave it there. I hope it comes here. He left the platform, which is shameful. His characterization of the events and, the way he portrayed himself, I think was infra the low expectation. And he arrogated to himself the sole repository of knowledge, which is unfortunate. But let us leave it there. Let me just stop there, because maybe those are issues that we interrogate sometime in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go to Mr. James. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. The quarrel between, is it very black man or very dark man, and then one other person, is it B blood or something like that?
B blood.
From what the lawyer was saying, there seemed to be a criminal. It has a criminal dimension, if I'm correct. The criminal case should not be settled. Yes, the criminal case should not be settled out of court. It's only civil matters. If I have a quarrel with you over my woman and things like that, that is civil matters. But when it comes to an individual and the state, that matter should not be resolved out of court. It's a misnomer. Somebody should please kindly correct me. Then secondly, I understand a group of repentant terrorists also were pardoned, and there was a lavish occasion, this celebration, I don't know what to call it. It's a misnomer. We should also talk about that. And lastly, this war in Iran. In my opinion, why are they in a hurry to round up the war? Because this problem has been lingering since 1948. 1967, there was another terrible war, I think 72 or thereabout. Why can't the war be fought once and for all? Winner take all and loser lose all. So that we don't, future generations should not inherit our problems. Our problems of this generation belong to us. So let us solve it. They should not end this war in a hurry. They should fight it to its logical conclusion so that future generations will live in peace. That's my opinion for now.
All right, thank you. That was interesting. You want them to continue to the end. All right, let's go to Sully. Welcome to the show.
Yes, forgive my camera. I don't know what is wrong with my camera.
Mr. Rudolph, why are you taking me back? You are taking me back. I'm here before them. Why?
Uche, please. We'll get to you. I just wanted to. Uche, come on, we're just starting.
Forgive the host.
You get everybody. God help me.
Rudolph, I'm here before them, so you keep on doing this is not good. But your wish is your command. Carry on. Let's go. I'm with you.
Fight for your rights.
All right, yeah, Sonny, go ahead.
so I want to focus on the David Udein thing. You see, Nigerians have very bad, I won't say all Nigerians, but most Nigerians have very bad character, very bad behavior. But most Nigerians don't know because you only talk to Nigerians, right? It is when you try to communicate with someone that is not a Nigerian that you start realizing that people don't like Nigerians. Some people say, oh, they are jealous of Nigerians, they are this, but Nigerians generally have bad character. That is why when they go abroad, they only stick with Nigerians. If I see you abroad and the only friends that you have are Nigerians, I'll just assume you have bad character. Plain and simple. How are you telling me that you don't have any friend from any other country that is not Nigeria and you only stick with Nigeria? You have bad character and you don't want to change. You know? So now the case with David Udein. David Udein lets them speak, right? He kept quiet. When it was David Udein's turn to speak, they started talking over him. They started using emotional blackmail. They didn't even let him get his point. Even the host was hounding him. Now, that David Udein has not lived in Nigeria for years. Obviously, that guy hangs around with people that are not Nigerians. When you've relaxed, when you've had fresh people in your environment who respect you, who don't disrespect, who, they give you the courtesy, they give you the respect to speak your mind, whether they like your opinion or not, you now come back and meet Nigerians. You may not have the temperament to take their nonsense. Sometimes when I'm arguing with a Nigerian, I just stop at a point and say, why am I arguing? You are the one that is going to suffer. You are the one that is going to bear all the rubbish that is like, why do I have to argue with you? And I live my day. You see, a lot of people in Nigeria have benefited from this Tinubu government, whether I believe it. My family has benefited from this government financially, and they do not collect money. Millions of Nigerians have benefited. And I don't want to tell you how they benefited, but it's not through government money. So Nigerians, just bad character. Now, they didn't let him talk. He got there, he saw their Nigerian character, and the guy just left because he's not going to waste his time arguing with them. He knows what he's saying is true, but they don't want him to talk. Now, you said David wanted to go with the statistics of the Westerners. David is the one that made that statistic. He's the one that wrote it up. There are interviews where he has said it before. Nigerians don't know. They just like to act like they have the fountain or the foundation of information, but you don't. He has made multiple interviews saying that the reports that they have, the statistics that they have, he's the one that made it. And what is not correct in the statistic is that when they were burying the Muslims, right, they don't make reports because Muslims don't wait, do casket and all these things. Once they see the person has died, they dig ground and they bury the person. So he omitted so many Muslim people that have been died. That is what he was trying to point out. And these people, they did not allow the audience to get this information just because they were selfish, self-centered, had bad character, had bad behavior, and could not control themselves. So the people did not get this information, and the host and that other person did not get this information. If I have this information and I know and I'm correct, and you are disrespecting me on a live platform, you are intentionally not allowing me to speak because that was intentional. They were being rude and disrespectful. But Nigerians won't see it that way. Someone commented, David is proud and David is so proud. That is how Nigerians view you. Nigerians have no emotional intelligence. They have no emotional. They are always quick to pick the wrong person. They are always quick to pick the bad person because they have decided emotionally that that's the person that they like. If you are a good person and have good intentions for Nigerians, if Nigerians don't emotionally like you, they would rather work with the devil. That is what I realized about Nigeria. If the devil makes them feel good, they would rather work with the devil and let the devil destroy them and their family than work with the person that they don't like, if that person is good. So you can't just say that David is proud, David does not have the right information. Did you let him talk? You didn't give him the chance to talk, but you have made your decision in your mind and in your heart on something that you don't know.
So thank you. This is what we're going to do. I think people are interested in this topic. Maybe we will start with this. So
see, somebody is even saying, David, you messed up. You see this kind of people. I wonder how they have wives. I just wonder because they have no emotional intelligence. So they are just bullying their wives. That's just it. Bullying her into submission. No emotional intelligence.
Thank you. Let's quickly go around. There are people who are waiting at the back end. We've not even started the conversation. I just wanted to hear you guys and say hello, come in, and if there's anything you want to highlight, you highlight it, and then we begin the conversation. I'm deciding now based on what is going on. People who are interested in this, we will start with this conversation. So let me come to you.
My own focal point is very stupid man and sorry. You know, that's
okay. We'll get to that. Sully, hold on. Don't. We'll get to that. Uche, welcome to the show.
Okay, Mr. Rudolph Mbedoma, yeah, I greet everyone. Good evening. I think my background is no good now. Before my background was good, I could have spoken before, but now my background is no good. I'm in the flight. I'm doing some journey. I'm doing a little journey.
I'm sorry. So you want to go? So have a nice trip, and if you can connect with us next time, you will.
It's okay. I will be here, be watching and listening. Thank you. Thanks. Right. Good evening, everyone. Okay, yes. And with you all up to date.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, fine. I just the David do it and day thing is just kind of equally funny to me and other thing because of the way people think, and people must have read about David Ndeyi or watched his previous comments about these issues and everything. David Ndeyi is just more particular with the West, the way the West is going and everything. So to some extent, David Ndeyi is not supporting what the West intend to do and the way they take this thing, the way it's going and everything. So, but because of people already try understand his perception, his narrative, and everything. So the only way to do is just to beat him down. They don't want to hear his talk and everything. It's just kind of funny. I get that vibes, even though during the week I get the same vibes when I go do my extra hustle somewhere around in my area where people will just tell me, "Oh, Paul, you don't like Igbo. Why will you say these things about Igbo?" And they make me laugh very well because I know the people that have done anything that is called business, if I have any idea about anything called business, it's these people that I've been doing things with. I have done things with them with trust. I have seen an Igbo person who gave me $20,000 and didn't even tell me the day to pay back. I've seen people who leave their business for me, their money for me. We've done things together and things is working very well. So it just get me funny. You understand? I see one folks here who criticizes government in Canada, who criticizes government in Nigeria, who criticize the government in the Lagos State. You understand? But when you criticize, you will tell me that I must support my own government in America. You understand? But he criticized his own government in Canada. It's not from Canada. You understand? He criticized his government in Nigeria, and it's okay and it's healthy. It is fundamental right. But not tell the other person that, no, you cannot criticize your own government in the United States. When the United States of America have independent party, also have the two big parties called Democrat and Republican. I can lean on both sides, and I can choose not to follow any side. No, you know why? Because they feel that the Messiah called one man called Trump will be the one probably maybe that will help them fight. My big fight is that's the same thing David Ndeyi is trying to do and everything. I don't want these big people to come fight our fight because they are coming to fight. We don't even know why they are fighting. They have their interests, not our interests. Like, for example, we have 200 military in Nigeria, American military men in Nigeria. We don't even know where they are. They are what I call enigma. If some of us know those songs called enigma. We don't know where they are in Nigeria. Look at all the problems that we are getting, we are facing and everything. They are supposed to give us intelligence. So these are the problem. We can fix issues with our different ways. You understand? The Yoruba man can solve their problem in their Yoruba way and culture. And an Igbo man can equally solve their own problem in their Igbo way. But when both parties come together, how do we manage it? Let's not keep calling everything cause. You are being caused, you are being caused. The cause we have in Africa and the spirituality we have in Africa is not NEPA. It's supposed to be like GSM, like they'll call it in Nigeria. It's supposed to be wireless, so which means the winch in my village can kill me in America. You understand? It's not like electric that will connect the wire. It must connect negative and positive before power will come home. That's how it is. So, but when I want to go to my village, people say, don't go, don't go, don't go. Bad people did here. They'll do this, they'll do that. No, it doesn't work like that. This is the fear that you feed the cancer, that you make people more relevant. People tend to put fear. People tend not to let you even have the opinion, the idea of seeing the other side. Like I quote Francis back on last week. He said, blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed. The people who pray so much, who pray all this prayer, they are the people that will still sin before God and ask God, God, why me? Because they've not seen results. But the person who don't hope for anything, work hard, will probably get the little that they can get. They'll say, well, this is what I can work for. Let me just take it. That's my take for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to Saxonia Athene. Welcome.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Rudo?
Oh, good. How are you?
All right. Good. Doing good. Hello to everybody on the panel. Listen, Solly, thanks a lot, man. You nailed it all. I think the problem with Nigerians when they see information that they cannot absorb at the moment, I think there's a lot of inferiority complex. There's a lot of extreme low self-esteem in the way they tend to tackle issues if they feel some sort of negativity towards an information someone is giving them. And I didn't want to come on now, but the person that made me come on, I was listening, was Forefathers, and I'm going to get to that in 1 second. But for Tony to say David Ondane, which actually I just heard about the whole thing like an hour ago, and I seen clips, and I was shocked. Well, I really wasn't shocked, because I think it's a character that I myself have experienced numerous times on here. It has gotten better, I guess, as we tend to get to know each other and as people start going to understand the happenings of the world and explore different avenues of information. So I guess it has gotten a little better, but it is something I also did experience. For Tony to say David Ondane shot himself in the foot by mentioning the State Department reports, I don't think so at all. I think actually it does give him some kind of credibility, because how else can you prove your case better than showing a report that your adversary or the person you're condemning actually put out, saying this was where we faltered. So I don't think he messed up. Now to my dude over there, Forefathers, I'm kind of shocked, and pardon me, I don't want to say you're hypocritical, because I think we've gotten along very well in recent months. But I think it's kind of hypocritical of you to now come and be surprised at the attitude of the host to Mr. Ondane, because it is something you yourself you usually do. You don't like an information, you hear it, you can't absorb it at that point. Instead of you to go ask or go check or say, listen, I'm going to, we've spoken about this numerous times, and say, let me go check, and let me go find out. Let me go investigate more. Y'all's prides usually kick in. Your prides kick in, and then you don't want to accept it, because usually it's a case of, I want to win. I want to win this conversation. Then you go into underhanded tricks, shutting the person off, kicking them out, talking over them, gathering your goons, and feeding the people wrong information, which I think is unfair to the audience. So this is exactly what she did in the clips that I seen. And this is what Solly was, this is, just 1 second, Rudolph. This is exactly what Solly was also talking about. So if you're going to point one finger at her, I think you should also look in the mirror at yourself, because this is something you do, KJ does. And granted, like I said, you guys have gotten better. You guys have gotten better, but yeah, obviously she still has that to work on.
All right, thank you. Like I said, we're just saying hello to people. We've not started any discussion. It's not like the David Ondane and Precious is the topic that we're discussing now. No. So welcome to the show, Operation Gladio. That is Ovie. How are you?
Hi everyone. Hi. How y'all doing?
So,
let's continue.
So Ovie, your name? What's
Operation Gladio? It's a book about the unholy alliance between the Vatican, CIA, and the mafia in 60s, 70s, and 80s in order to fight communism. So it's related to the topic we want to discuss about the Pope and the Trump. So it's not something that is new. It started in the 1800s to early 1900s. So that's what the name is about. It's the name of a book, Operation Gladius, where people should check it out. The unholy alliance between the Vatican, CIA, and the mafia world.
Okay. Is there any story you're watching that is of interest to you that we've not mentioned?
No, not really.
All right. We want to save time. Thank you. Comparative Facts. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning and good evening and good afternoon, everybody. I think you pretty much said everything. Nothing really, but maybe you need to change your caption. Your headline about the Strait of Hormuz being open. It's already been closed this morning. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. We this is set up maybe on Thursday or Friday.
Yeah. I got you. But it's straight up, yeah.
Yeah, I know. We mentioned it already. It's
okay. I don't know if anybody mentioned something about Amoteku, coming to the national TV and denying about his Twitter handle. When the evidence is very precise, it was his Twitter handle that said, victory for Asiwaju. I mean, as an intellect professor, you would have come out and say, okay, yeah, I said that during that time, I was a party alliance, but right now I'm an INEC, I should be an independent arbiter. But he made a fool of himself, denying even change the Twitter handle. So that gets to show you where we are in Nigeria. But anyway, so I don't know if somebody already said that.
That was last week, not this week. I think
okay.
we mentioned that last week. But,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't have anything different.
Okay. Thank you. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for the good work you're doing. I thank everybody. Yes, I think I just forgot what I was going to say.
Okay. Welcome to our club.
Yes, there was a very interesting news that I wanted us to look at. But anyway, let's go ahead. Thank you so much. You virtually did a good job by capturing all that is flying around. So even the VBM, which I thought you were not going to discuss, but you brought it in. Yeah, so we are ready to go.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to bring him on the show too.
Oh no! If you want me, some of his friends are my friends. I can ask them to.
All right. If you can, I have his number, but he's not responding to me. But if you can help, yeah, that would be good. We want to talk. Yeah. Now, maybe I should set up a Precious, David, and then yeah, maybe I will do something. All right. Thank you, KJ. Ify, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. I think my concern this one, please don't laugh, because that's my concern. My concern this morning is that I went to buy a box of tomatoes for the first time in America, $55. This was the same box of tomatoes I bought last month, $15. Not kidding you. I paid $55 just because people have chosen, or maybe Trump had chosen to go to war with, I'm not even talking about the rest of other prices of how everything has risen. And I was just chatting with somebody. I don't understand how people are honestly surviving with the way everything is going on. That is number one concern for me. And number two concern for me is our Senate president. All the nonsense that he said this past week. I cannot believe, honestly speaking, what I heard, including from the president. I mean, to me, I don't think they care about the citizens. It's like we don't even have a leadership. Whatever we want to do, we're going to do it and nothing will happen. I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe my ears. I couldn't even listen when I heard Abbas spilling the nonsense. And these are the people that we have in power. I couldn't even listen when Tinubu was talking. And this is supposedly supposed to be the president of Nigeria. I am ashamed. And we are walking around just complaining on social media. Let's understand that these people already rigged this election. I'm concerned that somebody made a video said showing the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's boss in the INEC office in Port Harcourt. What is he doing there? I know we come here every day to talk about Nigeria, but sometimes I just feel like we are here just to yap, because the grassroots work is being done by APC. Like, this election is gonna rig, they're gonna rig this upcoming election, unless something happens between now and the next election. So Tinubu is just telling us that this is just the beginning of our suffering. So if we have seen the best of Tinubu, this is what Tinubu is gonna offer us in these 4 years. Just imagine double of that, triple of that, quadruple of that in the next upcoming 4 years. These are my concerns.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, I just remember now. I wanted to talk about the guy, the British guy, the Nigerian British guy who ran away from England 8 years ago, with his name Ademola somebody, and now he's coming back after the Interpol, said to deport, asked him to be deported, and now he's coming back as a Chuku somebody. His middle name had become an Igbo name. I don't know if you follow that story.
No, I saw a name like that. I wasn't sure. I didn't know he was the person.
So now he's coming. They have now removed his other name and they've made him Igbo now. So when we talk about some certain Igbo things here, and I said on this platform before that some people take professional names and those names are Igbo names. It was like I was maybe throwing just a nonsense jab, but this is now a practical one. So if we have time, we can touch on that story. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
If he on the soft side, did you see the big billboard that the Bola Tinubu put everywhere that they said expect more? Did you see the people that they were crying when they saw it? They say expect more.
Okay,
Then they start crying.
And that's what I don't understand about. Okay, Paul, excuse me. I know you're always against this when I say that, but again, on a lighter note, let's be serious. And this is why I keep saying, why not disintegrate the country? Let everybody go their separate way. And whenever I say people come up here to attack me, in this country, I keep asking you people all the time, if Nigeria is working for you, tell me. It was on this show that I asked you people, can you tell me one thing that you have benefited from this country called Nigeria? You provide electricity for yourself, you will do everything for yourself, and then you pay tax to the government. Why? Why?
I bet you, Ovie can tell you that Nigeria is working. Only you refuse to go home. Our Igbo in Nigeria is the best in the world, though.
Guys, hold on. We have to go. We have to move on now.
Can I say something that I didn't say? I forgot. A minute.
Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, I forgot to say. I don't know if you mentioned it about the British envoy, the Canada, France, and the EU. They came and met with the ADC. I mean, I think that's customary, but that gets to show you. They have legitimized to be a serious opposition. So maybe that's what that means. I'm not saying that's unique for Obi, but they came to Nigeria, because they think maybe if somebody in the ADC win, they want to carry further from there. That's how all this colonial man happened. Thank you.
But aren't you guys bothered that these people always come from Europe to intervene in y'all's election and decide who wants the country? That's bothersome. That's something you guys should really be worried about.
I agree with you.
All right. We the way we are structuring the show now is first 1 hour we do all these things we do. Immediately it's 1 hour we go into conversations, and I have 3 hours after that to get out of here and hand over to the next person. So we are starting now on conversations. But let me show this again just in case forefathers, this is for you and Local P. Somebody, Mark, wanted you guys to know that there is a protest tomorrow in the UK at INEC, a protest against INEC at Westminster Westminster, yeah, and they wanted to make sure you show up and look up, because like Ify just said now, we talk a lot that we should do more. This is opportunity for you forefathers to do something. All right, so
Dr. Damages, sorry, I just remembered something important that I didn't add to the preview. Can I just say it?
Yeah, go ahead while I find the video to play. Go ahead.
Yes, it was reported that President Tinubu held a meeting with some of the security chiefs in Nigeria following a recent attack. And I was curious to read that amongst those who were in that meeting was a French general. And I'm wondering, what is a French general doing in a meeting that was comprising security, Nigerian security chiefs, and so on? What was he doing there? That's the kite I'm flying.
Okay, thank you so much. Just something quickly to mention. Nigeria, you know, we talk about bad things, so it's something good that happened. This is public toilets in Lagos. I think they established about 1,700 of that across the city of Lagos. So, which is a wonderful thing, because when I was in Lagos, there was none, and that help you if you need to use that.
But can I say something?
That's a great leap. That's a great leap forward.
Can I say something?
It is not leap. Look, people are going to the moon. People are going to the moon. We are talking about.
Oh God! Mr. James.
Coming back.
So this is it's not about maintaining water. Water. We don't even have water in Lagos. You have to provide water for yourself. And again, it boils down to what I'm saying. Building is not the problem, it's maintaining it everywhere you go. The reason why we are in this country that we are in is because they have good roads. They don't just build it and leave it. They build it and continuously maintain it. So, like my dad said, you know, James, others are talking about going to the moon. We are talking about going to the toilet, building toilets. That's an achievement in Nigeria. Shame on to us, giant of Africa, come out.
All right. Thank you.
Doctor, we used to have it in Lagos. It's not the first time. We used to, yes. It's just like if you said maintenance. There's a guy that put it everywhere in Lagos called Gaddafi. He died at age 47. He was doing well during the era when Tinubu was governor. They used to, but maintenance was bad, but they used to.
All right. Let me say this. Because we have some people at the back end, I'll be moving people around a lot. So if I move you out, just know that if you don't come back after time, just send me a text or a comment. But I'll move people around a lot so that we can accommodate people who are at the back end. All right. Sully, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. So when Ify was talking about Lagos and saying you provide everything yourself, to be honest, that's not the Lagos I experienced. Though in my own lifetime, I saw them fix the road. I saw government pipe coming. The transformers and everything, the meters, they gave every single thing to us. I saw the whole Agege come from nothing. That Agege was nothing. Forget what you are saying, Abia State was transformed. Agege was transformed. I saw Agege go from, it's like from a nobody to a billionaire.
Stanley, are you in Nigeria?
The infrastructure and the environment in Agege is very standard.
Sorry, are you in Nigeria? Do you live in Nigeria?
I don't live in Nigeria.
Hey, Jesus of Nazareth. Okay.
So if your area doesn't have all these things, then it is your local government chairman. When I was living in Lagos, we always went to go and meet our local government chairman. All of us in our community, whether we're Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, we came together. We always have meetings, street meeting, estate meeting, community meeting. And we always come together for what we wanted, and we pressured our local government chairman to do everything. Some of our places on the mainland are better, far 10, 20 times better than the island in terms of infrastructure and facility. The problem with the people on the island is that most people on the island just came to Lagos brand new. They want to compete with everybody. They want to be bragging with everybody. They never want to work together. They never want to meet their local government chairman. Everything that we've wanted in Lagos State, we have always gotten it.
Can
And
I post? Can I?
It is not because we knew the local government chairman.
Okay, let me tell you something. If you follow Scotty Guma, follow him on social media.
Yeah.
He organized a protest to go to Ethiopia local government.
Okay.
He made the plan about everything. Guess what? On that day, they mounted about 70 police officers, armies.
True.
So
what does that have to do? Okay, if they mounted police.
What does he have to do? Because only that he wants to meet with the Ethiopia local government chairwoman.
Okay.
I think she's a woman. So when you have that type of security, just to have a discussion.
Did you discuss with the chairman?
How do you expect the country to move forward? My brother, that's why I asked you, do you live in Nigeria? Because the way you were talking, I don't think you live in abroad.
Did you end up discussing with the chairman?
Thank you.
You just want to complain about the security. Did you end up discussing with the chairman and voicing out your opinions and what you want?
No, sir. Let's not have that conversation. Go
All
ahead,
right. Island people, they don't want to work together. They think they are better than everybody. You know, all those braggadocious. They are all competing with each other. You know, and then they want solution. Everything we want in Lagos. Everything we want.
When the electricity is not there, does it mean that I have it and the next person doesn't have it?
You are complaining that they brought police.
You can't be abroad running your mouth.
All right.
You will never get anything you want in that Lagos. Continue now. It's basically that is losing.
Thank you.
Everything that you complain, everything that you complain about, that you don't have.
What is my problem with Lagos?
Let me tell Nigerians how Nigeria
works. Wait, everybody. Wait, we are just starting. We've not even started.
No, please just give me one.
Solely, I decide.
Pastor, please stop making noise.
Is you? Let me not insult you. So let me just go.
Oh no. Let's go there. No. Let's go there.
Going through now is what the DRC was going through maybe 15, 20 years ago for the same reasons, and it's being organized by the exact same people. For the longest time, there was a misconception that the natural resource wealth of Nigeria is concentrated in the Niger Delta region or in the southern part of Nigeria. That is completely untrue. The bulk of Nigeria's natural resource endowment is actually concentrated in the north and the middle belt, specifically the middle belt. There's a very large amount of what we call artisanal mining going on there, which is a fancy term for illegal mining. It's a huge business with involvement from every player you can imagine. European, American, Australian, Canadian, Chinese, everybody has a stake in this thing.
In law, that may be a secondary evidence. I'm not completely countenancing his opinion. There are vestiges of truth in some areas, of course, because you cannot completely divorce conspiracy theories from this. But as it relates to us, he never really got it right. It's a matter of direct evidence. Some of us hold direct evidence. He has sold what is holding the secondary evidence. Research, check. We were dealing with the people who are killing us directly. They told us why they are killing us. I come from a local government that is the center of gravity of these killings in Benue, Guma local government.
The people who are responsible for this, I guess you can call it a genocide against indigenous people in these areas of the middle belt and northern Nigeria, are the extractors. They are white men who come from the US, they come from Canada, they come from Australia, they come from all over. And their job is to ensure that they extract and that you get as little benefits from that extraction as possible. This guy who is working for some American guy that has an interest in destabilizing Benue or wherever, then comes and says, oh, it's my village or whatever, and he's not disclosing to you that he has an economic interest in selling this narrative, and that he's literally working for the very white people, who are destabilizing Nigeria. He's actively working for them, and then pretending that he's a good guy. He's on the side of the oppressed people. He's trying to save his village. Meanwhile, I can see very clearly what is going on here. You are dealing with someone who is getting paid to say certain things. He's not saying these things for free.
I've been one of the most vociferous voices against this in the last 15 years. In the last 15 years, I committed my entire life to it. That is my story. I am a lawyer. I came to the United States to study Masters in Public Policy and Non-Profit Management. Do you know why I put that non-profit? That is what I studied. That was what I graduated in December with from the University of Central Oklahoma. Public policy and non-profit. The non-profit is to get people from here who can support our communities for what we've been going through. Why also not doing a postgraduate law degree? British trained lawyer. You mean I'm needing an incentive to talk about my people, to talk about what I've been facing before coming here.
to talk about the people killed, my own people, my siblings, my uncles, my aunties. So I need an incentive to talk about my nephew, a 1.5-year-old Sate Amaki, whose brain was burst, whose skull was burst, and his brain was spilled out. So I need an incentive to talk about my cousin, Dogo Kikim, who was shot, daddy, and killed, or to talk about my brother, Tembujo, who was burnt. I need an incentive to do that. I graduated in December, and I started working for Equipping the Persecuted in January. Just this year, in January.
So prior to this time, you didn't have anything to do with
Nothing. Prior to this time, I only made a presentation at the iconic National Press Building in Washington. I had the opportunity to work with Catholic charities, very good pay Catholic charities. I was given an employment card, but I was the one who reached out to Equipping the Persecuted because their focus is Nigeria.
Okay.
Their focus is Nigeria.
Okay.
So I want to see an avenue where I can help my people.
Which interest the organization gets, but waiting to go on for Nigeria?
Precious, Equipping the Persecuted has been working in Nigeria for the past 8 years. 8 years. It has been working in Nigeria. Josol first went to Nigeria. Josol, the executive director, first went to Nigeria in 2011 with his grandfather, who was a missionary. You have white missionaries scattered all around Nigeria. Many are in Benue. You see that Danish woman in Akwa Ibom. Those are missionaries. There are a lot of them in Nigeria. So Josol started his first time was when he visited with his grandfather, and he saw what was happening in Nigeria. I visited 2 times a year with his grandfather. He saw what was happening. So he now took over from his grandfather, established Equipping the Persecuted to, as the name says, to equip these people. My own siblings, in the IDP camps in Makoti, we have about 1.4 million IDPs in Benue State. There's no single Muslim in the IDP camp in Benue. There's no single Muslim in the IDP camp in Nasarawa State. In IDP camps in Nasarawa State are in Obi local government, in Kiana local government, in Doma local government, and in Awe local government. There's no single Muslim. One. The IDP camp in Plateau, all these they are either in Riom, in Barkiladi, in Mangu. There's no Muslim. Maybe because of what happened in Kanam. Kanam is a local government
room and start looking at the actual data. Because there are people like Mr. Frank whose job is to come here and do their voice modulation and do their voice up and down and juggle your emotions and make you feel a certain type of way, even though they're talking absolute nonsense.
No.
You know?
So practically, from what we have on ground, from all the communities that have been run over, that the people in those communities are no more, and from the number of people we have in IDP camp right now, what is the number of Christians versus Muslims? Because I
again, go to the U.S. State Department report.
Than Muslims, but I don't know.
Go to the U.S. State Department report on religious freedom in Nigeria.
So why would I believe U.S. report against what I have on hand? I have spoken to people on IDP.
Data is what we need, not gist, not anecdotes.
The same US when they cause it and get the evidence of these statistics. Because unlike waiting I did with see on ground, I have done my research around.
When you say you have gone, so you have gone around Middle Belt and Northern Nigeria, and you have concluded that more Christians died than Muslims.
Just hold on. I have done my investigation around IDP camps and displaced communities. Evidence shows that there are more Christian displaced communities than Muslim displaced communities. And evidence shows that there are much more Christians. There are more Christians.
Evidence from who? Because this is just a thing you are saying. It is not true.
You and I can visit IDP camps. I will see.
It is categorically not true. This thing you just said. You cannot defend that in court. It is not true.
IDP camps. The ones in Benue, the ones in Plateau, the ones in Abuja. Which of them will make we go to? I'm not vexed. I just they ask. And my at least my statistics may not be all that. Okay.
Thanks for your great job. You've been doing a very good job.
Can I just go, please? Like, I don't be talking to more people. Like,
Thank you. Thank you and welcome. Hi, Laura. You're welcome. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
To your guests. I want to point out a researcher's bias here. We know that David was born into a Jehovah's Witness family. He later claimed
Precious, please, can we move to the next caller, please? This person is making me lose my temper. Please, can we move on to somebody who actually has something to say? Like, what is all this nonsense? Precious, since you are here to waste your time and hours, I'm just going to...
David, can you just calm down? Let people just have their thoughts, please. People actually have actual...
Why is she here to waste my time? And you are letting her do it. I'm holding you responsible for this.
All right. Thank you. You've made your point. He's left the show.
I'm calling him from Ghana.
All right, I played parts of the video, just a little bit of it, so that people who may not have seen it may get an idea of what we're talking about. I will give everybody 3 minutes to weigh in on any aspect of that. Like I said, I will try to get David here next Sunday, and then I will also try Precious. All right, so let's see. let me start with, if you are at the back end, I will come to you. Once you speak, I move you out to the back end so we can rotate. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think Frank was a little bit disingenuous by describing what David Dudain is saying as conspiracy theory. That was offensive. And David didn't compose himself, which did not do his argument favors. And basically, what Frank is arguing is that just because you are closer to the event means you have an explanation why you have a better explanation why the event occurred, which is evidently false. That is the first thing David Udain could have completely dismissed. And the fact that you are very close to it makes you even less of a reliable analyst of the issue, because you are connected, you are too connected to it. You can't see straight. And that's why David Udain shouldn't take it personal with him, even if you feel like he's being bought and paid for it. It doesn't matter. The point is, he's a first-hand person that has experienced those tragedies occurring in his life. You have to accord him a little bit of difference. You see what I mean? Because you can't tell somebody that has lost somebody not to feel it. You can't tell. So you have to give him that, and also space him away from the issue, because he's not objective. And he's willing, and I'm telling you, those people are willing to sell this country to punish anybody that did that to their family. And that's what people do. And because of that, you don't let such people control the narrative. Otherwise, you will miss the truth, and which is the most important aspect. And when it comes to the truth, what David Udain was saying is actually more accurate than what that man was saying. Like, if I was dealing with the man, I would say, okay, I sympathize with your loss and everything, and clearly I do, but you are not objective. Because clearly there is evidence showing that these people that you are praising that are helping you, there's clear evidence that they are not. Historical evidence, not only in Nigeria, it's happening all over Africa. The Sahel is occurring. Are you telling me the Sahel, they are all Christians? Come on, man. Why are we... You see, this is where the anger got the best of David Udain, because there's far more evidence to his narrative. He actually opened my... I didn't even know that there are villages being displaced in Ghana too. I didn't know. We don't hear about it, but it's actually happening. When he said that, I actually checked, and villages are being displaced in Ghana too. Ghana is being destroyed with galamsey, what they call galamsey mining, that the 60% of their water is poisoned in that country. And what he's saying is true, and clearly what that Frank guy is saying is also true on his side, but his conclusion is wrong. His conclusion is clearly wrong, because he's biased. He feels that Americans are going to help him. He's basically the equivalent of the Kurds in Iraq, whereby because Iraq is treating the Kurds badly, they are willing to collaborate with America to destroy Iraq. And that's what they did. Like I said before, I said it in the earlier, this last week and 2 weeks ago, that if you have people in your country and they are experiencing injustice, you need to take care of it, because those people will go ahead and work with your enemies to destroy your country. That's what they're going to do. And I don't blame Frank for saying what he's saying, but I also feel disappointed that David Udain didn't make it clear that this man is not objective. You shouldn't listen to him, that his conclusion is wrong. It's evidently wrong. There's evidence all over Africa that the Sahel, there are Muslim nations, there's insurgency going on there. Ghana, they are experiencing displacement. Why is it that it's only Nigeria they are persecuting Christians? It's ridiculous.
All right, thank you, Forefathers. Tony, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. I was on that platform from the beginning to the end. And at some point, I appeared on the screen, and I stayed. That was after David Udain left in anger. You see, it's sad when you hear some of the things that people say here. It's, for me, bunkum. Absolutely nonsense. First of all, there are two perspectives here. David's perspective is that whatever is happening, that you call insurgency or banditry or kidnapping or whatever, is attributable to imperialist machination, which I find very wrong. And he was not ready to accept the fact that outside, that may be a part, but outside that, there are so many other complexities within this entire spectrum of what we're saying as insurgency or banditry or kidnapping in Nigeria. And what Frank was saying, he limited it to his own area, which is the Benue area, and Plateau area. That is very, very familiar with. And he is saying that he has personal experience because he had people, he's in contact with people over there, he's seen things. David has never been to Yewata. I don't even know if he's been to Benue. But let me just say, because of time, there are some outlandish statements that David made that are false. One, first of all, he said that the Nigerian government had not conducted a geo survey of its rich rare earths and solid mineral resources. That is false. If you check the facts, someone can fact check me. That is wrong. Those are one of the false statements that he made. Two, David was saying, when he was asked to produce evidence for some of the things that he's saying, he said, you played that. He said, go to the US, go to, he was quoting some, he said, the data you can get from US, something. And yet these are the people that he's saying that are the cause of the problems that we have in Nigeria. So on the one hand, you say these people are evil, and then you are using their own material facts to justify your claim, which is nonsense. And that's what I was saying when, I don't know if my good friend Boom Boom Ray, I speak the truth, understood what I was saying when I said David shot himself with the foot, because that's not factual. You can't discredit, you can't criticize some people and say they are the cause of your problem, and you are taking their materials to justify what you're saying. It doesn't make sense to me. It defeats all kinds of logic. So if you look at, and then on the part of the moderator, David had more speaking time, because I was there. He had more speaking time than was given to Frank Kuto. Those are facts. People, the snippets may not give you the whole idea, but I watched it from the beginning to the end, and I saw what happened. David was rude. He was not. He drew the first blood. He went personal, and then he said certain things that I wouldn't say. I spoke with the moderator later on after the program, and I told him a few things, because there were things that she would not have allowed on that platform. I don't see anything wrong that the moderator did. And I think we're just being conservative with the truth here. Let me stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Sully, you're next.
I think I've already spoken about this, David Udein. You can decide whatever you want to do. Nigerians never change their attitude, even at the point of being pied. So I want to continue from where I stopped before. I was born in Lagos. I am from Lagos. I've lived in Lagos decades of my life. All these amenities that people are crying that they are not getting, I saw my parents get there's no facility that you want from government that we did not get. Somebody that has not gotten that facility is telling me that I'm talking trash. Somebody that has not gotten one, instead of them to learn, and they started talking over me, started taking it to insults. This is somebody that is begging for facility. It's telling somebody that has gotten all the facilities that they want, that the person is talking trash. I hope you don't get those facilities. I hope you never get it. When I spoke to a lot of Nigerians that own 100 houses, 300 houses, 500 houses on the island, they spoke about the bad character of the people that they just come from different places and they move to Lagos. They always want to compete. They never want to work with each other. They never want to take correction, all those kind of things. And they are always trying to insult you if they cannot logically battle you. That is I hope you never get it. We harassed our local government chairman so much that the man had to leave our neighborhood. He had to leave because he saw that we were organized and we were not faced no matter what. If you like bring police, if you like bring armored vehicle, if like we went to his house. He was so annoyed that we even knew that we always went to his house. All of us, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and we got everything we asked for. There is nothing that you want as infrastructure that we did not get. Is it water? We got government water pipe. They took the pipe directly to our house. Is it transformer? All these old transformer that you people are using, we had the latest transformer. This was over 15 years ago. The latest one. Everything that you are begging for, we had it over a decade ago. But me, that I know how we got it. I am talking trash. I hope you never smell road. I hope you never ever smell road. I hope you never gain anything from Nigeria. I hope you never benefit anything from Nigeria. Continue with your character. All these newcomers to Lagos, that don't know anything, but always willing to talk and say so many things. Me, I'm talking trash. Continue. You will never get it. You will suffer from the Nigerian system. Continue.
Thank you, Sully. Let's go to comparable facts. We are talking about David Hundeyin appearance on Precious Enyi's show and the fallout from that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, I was present. You know, me and T.Y. Danjuma always go to that platform whenever Precious. You know, we are one of the patronage of Precious. So I witnessed everything that happened at that particular show. To be honestly, I'm a fan of David Houdini, okay? But in that situation, he was very arrogant, okay? He's not trying to take a fact from a fact base. This is somebody that is always on the ground. He may have the book knowledge, but he doesn't have the empirical fact of Frank that was on the ground, telling him that the perpetrator of this is Boko Haram. I mean, I can see where the Western narrative can come in, because he can talk of Boko Haram, which is an offshoot of some of the jihadists in the West, you know, in West Africa, maybe some of them in the ISIS. That's where the internationality will come in. But there's nothing like foreign people, you know, Western countries, you know, coming there to explore because of earth mineral. Yeah, they are there. There's a lot of foreign people in China and some other people. They are there trying to explore for our foreign mineral, but they are not responsible for what we are witnessing, particularly the genocide. In my own opinion, there's a Christian genocide, you know, happening in Nigeria. So what the David Houdini did there was very, you know, disingenuous. Frank has an empirical, you know, fact, was on the ground, and he witnessed what's actually happening. He come there to tell you, but David, you know how David is. Like I said, he has a lot of knowledge. This is sometimes when you have too much knowledge, you know, it kind of mess your head up, you know, coming about, you know, the Western people are responsible for what's happening because of our earth mineral. I mean, I completely disagree with him. I made a lot of points on that particular show. So let me just leave it there, you know, because David, you know, David was arrogant in my own opinion. Hopefully, you bring him here now so we can, you know, we can counter with him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Comparable facts. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much. I would not like to go through all other things that people have already said. Arrogancy is an understatement, because you don't come to a platform and believe that what you know is all that there is to know. Who gave you the you know? Are you become the bastion of knowledge? Are you God? So when you say what you know, your peace, you hold on there, because some other person, where you stop, maybe where the other person is starting. And the places that Frank was calling, even though, you know, I lived in Benue, Frank was in Otom's government as a senior special assistant for 8 years. So it's not a question of looking for a job. Of course, you all know what I'm talking about. Not a question of looking for a job, that's the problem, or looking for money to, you know, to feed, that's his problem. These are things that are happening. And I know the areas I've been calling. And you know that the jihadis have always had problems with Benue State, Taraba, and that axis. Why Benue? Because the T people were the ones who made sure that the jihadist movement never crossed to the south. And they all hold them accountable for that. In fact, that's the one place they desire to take over. So they will do everything possible to make sure that those people do not exist. Now, if you have an information, which I believe David has, and then you bring it to the fore, I thought that since he's a researcher, he would have known that the first foreigners that are on ground causing havoc in Nigeria, especially in the north, are the Chinese. He didn't mention the Chinese. The Chinese are bought almost everywhere in the north, and they are digging and searching for mines. If you are a person who lives in Benue or in Plateau, or you live in Abuja, if you travel along that coast or that road, you find out that there's been since the 2000s, there's been a mining company. These things have been going on in the north. There's not been a problem where people are being displaced. But the issue of genocide, or, you know, buying of people who do not belong, who are not Christians or who are not Muslims, have been going on. I, for one, know that since 2002, we started doing the stories of what was going on in the north. So when somebody comes and says this is not, no, these things have been there and they are running. You like it, you don't like it. And there are many videos out there for you to see of the things that happen in Southern Kaduna, okay, in Taraba, in Plateau itself. And there has been that desire to take over Plateau at all costs, because Plateau is the highest point in Nigeria, and they want to be able to stand on that place to call their Islamist religion. And so, again, Rudolph, the same speaking point for which we know that lobbyists were paid in DC is the same speaking point that David is using to say more Muslims are being killed. Where? Can you show me one mass grave that contains Islamists inside? One. But as far back as 2006, I did a story here. When I talked about it here, people are saying it's a lie. But eventually, we have seen it now. Okay? The story of Dogona Hawa, 2006, 501 persons. Mass grave is still there. That community right now doesn't even belong to Christians now. They've taken over that places and they've renamed it. The northern states between Benue and Plateau have lost over 400 villages. 400 villages and their names taken over. And the people are saying IDP camps. How many Islamist IDP camps exist in Nigeria? So when somebody comes, it's not about speaking big English. And then you are even calling everybody a fool, even though the person you are invited, just like the person was invited. If you're a research fellow, the other person also was invited because he's also an expert in the field. So you can bring your argument and put it on the table. I put my own. Let the audience be the judge. You should not be the one to tell all of us what to believe. You are not God the last time I checked. I am not going to be one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Paul, you are next.
Doctor, permit me a little bit. Let me deviate a little bit, please, just because of Soli. What Soli said, I think Soli was not economic with the truth. Then let me use my small economics that I know in school. Like I always say it all the time, they say anything below 15% is as good as it's not existing. Your parents can be Yoruba, they can get connected to the local government, to whatever people to get things. But that's not how things are supposed to be done. I don't use connection to get anything in the United States. If I'm entitled to it, I just apply and I will get it. That's how things are supposed to work. While we're having all this fire outbreak in Lagos State, we can have the same fire outbreak. I live in the West Coast in America where we have unnecessary fire. The money they spend in fire in my state is more than the budget in Nigeria. We spend billions because we get all these bushfires and everything. So this is how things work. The only way you can fight fire, they put all the fire hydrant, everything. Fire service will come with water that won't last for 10 minutes. But all the fire hydrant is there. They connect their hose to it and they quench fire. That's how it was in Lagos. When you drive around Oshodi expressways and industrial, when you drive through Kirikiri industrial way, you drive through Festac everywhere. All the fire hydrant, all the pipe bond, they're all connected. So when fire service come, they fight fire, they connect their hose to get more water. That's how things done. These days, what we get is borehole. I can get anything in Lagos because I was also born and raised in Lagos. I'm not from Lagos State, but I also have what? Connection. Not it's my right. That's not how things are supposed to be done. So the man who don't have the connection will probably pay 10 times to get that same thing. Then that man will choose to say, well, no need for it. That's not how things are supposed to be done. People don't need to go protest on NEPA to get transformer. We don't know what is called transformer where we live outside the shores of our country. You understand? These are the things. Electric, where I live now, we have electric box. You apply for it, you do pay as you go, like you use GSM in Nigeria. That's how things work. So for the fact that you go protest in local government, they've already failed. It's as simple as that. Then let me touch this David and Day thing and this Frank thing. I think to some extent, I don't really like the way David goes when I watch the video to some extent, but also Frank too. You don't know when you become CIA agents. You don't know when you become an informant to your own country. You don't know that the people that you are talking to, sometimes they are not representing you. They give you audience. They listen to you. They feel for you. They act like they empathize for you, but they are not. They have their different goals and everything. Doctor, look the fights with Iran, Venezuela. When you put everything, it will go back to China. How America is trying to stifle China and everything. This is how these people work. Anywhere China can perform. If you said something some weeks, months ago, and everything that China and America is fighting, where are they fighting? Is in Nigeria. You understand? The ring is in Nigeria. fighting anywhere China will get anything to succeed, America come there to create problem. You understand? Then the locals suffer. Look, when Ijo and Urobo is fighting, when Urobo and Ishekiri is fighting in Warri, good percentage of them, they are all Christians and traditionalists. The same thing. This Benue state that we're talking, good percentage of the people can be Christians, few Muslims, and every other thing. They might send another tribe of people to come do all these things. They are not doing it because of Christian to some extent, but the Christian happen to be the collateral damage. But what they are doing, indirectly, they are forcing people to leave that place. That's exactly what they did with us in Niger Delta. They are forcing people to leave that place. If there's anything that will solve the problem in Niger Delta, if our people can be strong enough, is for the people to just stand up and say, we are going to Brazil, we are going to China to give one country license to come and take all these mineral resources. I'm telling you, peaceful land. You understand? So when you make it legal for one person to have access to this mineral, you understand, give them the rights and everything, then the rest leave. You understand? How they are doing indirectly, they want to scare one people, but the people are just the collateral damage. That's what David is trying to say. But David, sometimes he go too far, does not even see that sympathy nor empathy. You understand? When the man cried, like forefather would say, the man cried that I just lost my father, I just lost my brother, my sister, our home. You understand? Our history and everything. It can be very, very painful. We get that. Please, some of you watch Stephen Duku, or what is his name, when he did this YouTube thing in the Niger Delta. Go see how people are suffering in that place. When you go to places like Qatar, the UAE, the Saudi Arabia of this world, what they can do with oil. Even places like Texas, what they can do with oil. We don't get that. That's the same oil is what they're seeing in the so-called Plateau state and the Benue state. Is the rare earth magnet, the whatever minerals that they are finding there. It's not about the people or the religion, but the people is the collateral damage. It beats my heart because government steal from it. Remember, Doctor, I'm sorry, Tinubu most strongest candidate. That is the person Tinubu used as the Minister of Mineral and Natural Resources and everything. But government is not making money there. The government too is also stealing from the same thing. They just want to use indirect to scare the people away. Thank you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Solly, let me tell you what we're going to do is, because other people might mention your name in their response. So why don't you wait after they finish talking? You can.
Please, after this, I just want to leave. I just want to leave.
Yeah, please give him 1 minute. Give him 60 seconds of my time.
Yes, just give me 60 seconds and I'll leave, because you just don't the Nigerian way. Please, Mr. Paul, I don't understand. In this argument, me, I'm always open. If my family or my parents had connection, I would have said that already. If it was because my parents were Yoruba, I would have said that already. I'm open about everything. I'm not sure why you had to discredit my argument by saying that. Secondly, I told you that we came together, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. I said this twice, not once. I said it twice. We came together as a community. We discussed, put this thing in paper, make sure that everything was organized. We did not come and complain that the government has failed. We harassed the man. The man brought police, there's nothing the man did not do. We harassed the man till the man packed his load and literally left the neighborhood. And we came together doing this as Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. Because I remember one man, we used to call him Baba Onikunla. He was an Igbo man that used to complain that nobody likes him because he's Igbo. That's why the memory stays in my head. Because I didn't even know what Igbo was before. I didn't know what Yoruba was before. And I didn't even know what Hausa was. He's the one that let me, for the first time in my life, know what tribe was. So please, don't discredit things that I say with what you assume. Why would you do that? To win the argument.
Solely, local government does not discuss electric. Because you are narrowing it down now. Pick it. No, pick the different issues. Pick the issues one by one. No, pick the issues one by one.
In summary, no, we still even went to go and meet the Lagos state government. What's the name? Fashola came to our neighborhood because of how much we complained. So please stop discrediting. I'm talking about my reality, what I grew up.
Solely, I am older than you. Has nothing to do. But I know Lagos I know Lagos in my hand. Agege local government, it is not Lagos based very well. That is the elitist where Hausa people live in Lagos. I can tell you. So they might do that to appease the Lagos because of election. The biggest local government in Nigeria is close to Agege there, Alimosho local government, followed by Jeromi, followed by Ikorodu local government. Government do certain things just to win votes. But if the whole of Lagos State, if one local government chairman choose to work very well, and 19 other local governments choose not to work very well, if you are a teacher, what score do you want to give that student?
Now, why don't you let me speak? Did you not speak and I kept quiet? This is why David left the platform. You just won't speak over
My brother, don't get mad. We are conversating. We are conversating. Don't get mad.
Okay, Paul, let him finish so that we can move on to the conversation we're having.
Why don't you let me speak? If what you say is true, then you let me speak, because probably I'm saying rubbish. At the end of the day, we got our government water, we got our road, we got everything that we asked for. Everything. Can you discredit that? Or is it a lie that we got it? So are you telling me that government did it for election, not because we protested? So the man left our neighborhood because of election. This man left our neighborhood because of election. If you believe, right, just what I don't like is for you to now start assuming things about me, for you now to start twisting my words just because you want to win an argument.
I'm not assuming, I'm breaking it down.
You did that. And
I break it down. I'm not assuming. If you say you get water, did you get water from the Jew Water Works? If you get water from the Jew Water Works, then other houses from Alagbado will also get water. Did you get water? Two places that give us water in Lagos is Ijora and Iju Water Works. Did you get water from Iju Water Works? Question.
Mr. Paul, the fact that you have said multiple things that I did not say, and you have assumed multiple things that I did not say, shows that it shows.
I am breaking it down. I'm breaking it down. Don't just use one umbrella word. Let's trickle it.
You're not going to let me talk. You're not going to let me talk. That's just the truth. You don't want to hear the truth, and that's why you keep talking over me. That's why you keep twisting my words. That's why you keep assuming things. Do I twist your word? Do I assume anything? Have I ever done that to you? Never. Because I argue with facts. So this is just a rubbish argument. Continue rubbishing, doing your.
All right.
Doctor, I am so sorry. I know you take me out. I'm willing to go. But the guy is not saying anything. If you talk water, the two places that give water in Lagos State, you understand, from the Corona era, is Ijora Water Works, Ijora Badia, Ijora there, and Iju Water Works, even in Ogun State, our neighboring state. And if Iju give you water, it covers the whole houses. If Ijora give you water, it covers the whole houses. Right, if you talk NEPA, no, doctor, if you talk NEPA, please, doctor, please, I'll leave, take me out. If you talk NEPA, then it's NEPA. Then if you talk local government, these are the thing.
Hold on. I didn't take Sully out so that people will know he took himself out. Hopefully nobody did. I didn't take him out. But let's go back to the topic we have. That's my concern. When we are doing this, remember, people watch this. It's not just we that are here now. People will go back to watch this. And
but doctor, don't let it happen. But when it happens like that, sometimes, please, I beg you, I am looking for that man that will put me on the spot. I talk about Humphrey Nwosu. Right here, Chim and everything, they make me understand that this man didn't die in abroad. You understand? You live, you learn. Okay, you understand? Let's trickle things down. You understand? When we work in a department, from department to section, it comes down. When somebody just say, I hope the other people don't get it and everything, you are talking from the place of your Yoruba influence to the man who is an Igbo person and everything. It just don't work. So let's trickle it down. Let's ask questions. Let's calm down. How did you get it? How did you go about it?
So Paul is scared he's not going to get water. Is that the problem now?
There is no water.
No. Please. Let's not go there. Let's go back. James, you have 2 minutes.
You see, we are quarreling over government inefficiency, government's inability to deliver goods and services. That's what we are quarreling about. They are both right in a way, because they are seeing things from two different perspectives. I've mentioned on this platform, I never paid school fees in my whole life, right from Action Group days to Unity Party of Nigeria, UPN days. I received free education at all levels,
We never asked for it. Awolowo brought it, and he gave it to us free. But that does not mean that the present government is as responsible as that of Ambrose Ali or even Samuel Ogbemudia, who performed wonderful work without nobody pressurized him on his own. He did it for the people. But if the people now are complaining, they are justified. They should complain because it is the duty of government. That is how I see it. Concerning David Uday's interview, work of the television discussion, I will not be able to comment much on it because I did not watch the interview. But one thing I want people to know is that truth is relative. The fact that I did not participate in fighting First World War or Napoleonic War in Europe, that does not mean that I should not know the nature and causes of that war. David Uday is not a native of the place, but he's afraid with what is going on. And the other gentleman actually went through the whole process. He went through the whole process. So in my opinion, they are both telling the truth, but from different perspectives. Truth is relative, no matter how we see it. Some time ago, I was cracking a joke on this program about two fishes who one lived in a well and the other in the ocean. Truth is relative, no matter how we look at it. We should not kill ourselves because of these government officials. If foreigners are interfering in our internal affairs, it is the fault of the government. We have a government who should be in charge of foreign relations. So why should an American come and build houses for us because of our inability to govern ourselves? All this, is just a clear indication of government failure in delivering goods and services. That is how I see it. Thank you.
All right,
Doctor, sorry, can I just, this is the most profound statement that I've heard, here today, because that was my point on that panel when I spoke. David never for once blamed the Nigerian government for this insurgency. And that's one of the reasons why I said he was lying. Because you can't, Nigeria is not the only country that has faced this problem or that has these resources. He kept referring to DRC and so on and so forth. But there are countries that have resources and they also have ethnicities and they have diverse religious affiliations. And yet we don't see this amount of insurgency in that country. So to say and to blame everything that is happening to outsiders is for me an oversimplification of the fact. Because the question that you should ask is, what is your government doing? What is your government doing about this situation? What did they do about this situation? And I think that's the critical issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony.
He also brought that down to corruption. Government officials are conniving with foreigners to rip the country off. So we should focus our attention on the government, not foreigners. We should not quarrel among ourselves, because the more we quarrel among ourselves, the happier they are. So we should just get the matter very straight. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll be signing out soon. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, Ovie.
David and Frank, I think, and then we won't talk about Nabi.
People want.
I've been at the issue. That's just a rhetorical question, because for me, I was part of that debate because I was on the comment stage on clowning. They appear to me as an operative of misinformation and disinformation. For obvious reason, they are speaking from one narrative. In the two Nigeria's favorite worlds, they are speaking from the same master. If you are familiar with the works of Samuel Huntington, he wrote about Class of Civilization. He talked about how the war of 21st century will come in two folds. That one will come in form of geopolitics, which will be class of civilization between Christian and Muslim, Western and Hindus, and all those good stuff. And the second one will come in form of local, which is going to be between tribes, Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, and Hausa, Ososo, and Ososo, even though now one tribe will be. But the point here is that the both of them are speaking from those two angles. David Odeni was speaking from the geopolitical aspects, And he got frustrated because he lacked depth of what he's actually talking about, the Western politics and the Western civilization stuff. He lacked that. That is why he got frustrated. And he keep inching on data. But the fact that he could not understand that the data that he is analyzing is not complete without Frank in it. Because Frank and his family is what constitutes the data that David is analyzing and is talking about. So for the fact that I could not see that, he's saying that the man is in motion. That man is not being in motion. He's speaking as a victim. He's part of the data that David is analyzing. But he could not see that based on where his paycheck is coming from. And I will get to that. Frank himself also blind by what the paycheck is, where his paycheck is coming from. He also failed to see beyond one particular point. You are here to kill us, you are here to kill us. And that's a point that nobody can actually disagree with. But on that same argument, David Adeyemi is accusing Frank of being a white people, in his words, white people apologies. They work for white people. David Adeyemi is a beneficiary of a local, a substance lockup. We were given, the 12 of them were selected to be given $1 million, right? And that doesn't just come with the money for a year. It comes with other beneficiaries, which include mentorship from experienced journalists, access to specialized series, including design and business strategy. From where? From the same white people that is accusing Frank of taking money from because of the NGO relation. So his own sponsor is coming from Silicon Valley, the name of Andreas or whatever they call that man. Why the other one? So there's the contradiction. That's why I say they are misinformation and disinformation agents. They lack depth of what they are actually talking about. Even though I'm not accusing Frank of not knowing what he's talking about because he's a victim. But for the fact that he could not see that whatever that is happening to him here also has a trace of what David is talking about. And for the fact that David could not see that the end game of what he is talking about is Frank, is what behooves me of the whole conversation. That's why I call them disinformation and misinformation. So when you trace the money, they say follow the money, you understand the energy that plays out on that argument. One is getting frustrated and arguing out because you have to protect where that is coming from. But it's unfortunate because they are irrelevant compared to our reality, what is happening to us. Somebody say nobody's even talking about the government. You can't, because even the government too, they are also part of the operation cycle. So we are in a situation whereby nobody think again or try to even see, say, okay, this is true. Two things can be true at the same time. But most importantly, one are data, where the other one they analyze, but they could not say it.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Saxonia 10.
Yeah, man. Okay, so let me start off on a lighter note. So, Paul, remember, Forefathers is going to Nigeria in a few months. So make sure you use that connection. If we spoke about it, you do what you got to do to. So, moving on. Someone, well, of course I know the person, but I don't want to seem like I'm attacking anybody, which is not my intention. Someone said David Dane could have put his message forward better if he had just managed to compose himself. But it's hard to compose yourself when people are being willfully ignorant and they're determined not to understand you and they're ganging up on you and they're coming up with positions that basically you're arguing with a brick wall. It gets irritating pretty fast, especially like Ovi said, if you know what you're talking about. And I do agree with most people on here. The problem there was both sides were actually right. But most especially, something Ovi mentioned, both sides, meaning the two guests, also had, or probably also had, ulterior motives. If they're being paid, then as Obi alluded, then you would understand why they both chose certain positions. There was something, and also the horses, as we were talking, I'm listening to it, the horse is really not informed about a lot of things. She's not informed, and she was being very emotional and biased. As I see from David's social media page, he actually, as Paul said, a full video. And let me lay a disclaimer here. Anybody that knows me when I first started would know I am not a fan of David, because we spoke on the internet years ago, during the whole Tinubu saga, where he didn't even know how to pronounce impact meant back then. And he tried to explain to me how the law worked. And I was telling him, I actually had to even reveal where I worked at that time, to tell him that, listen, you don't know how FOIA works, and you're not going to get anything from the FBI. You're just in delusion right now. So he got upset, and then he blocked me, and we blocked each other. We had, I think, 2 conversations. So I say that to say, me speaking now is not because I know people are going to say, oh, well, because he seemed like he was defending Muslims, and that's why you're on the side. No, he actually is saying the truth. There are external issues with regards to what is happening in Nigeria. Yeah, Frank has first-hand information, which I also disagree with, because if he does have first-hand information about what is happening in his hometown, he'd be dead like the people he's crying about. And I'm not saying it to be funny. I'm saying he has as much information as David Undain does. And David is also right. He's like, well, maybe we want to rely on data. This is what you rely on. That's the only piece of evidence you guys have. You only have data from the State Department. That is the most credible evidence on the ground right now. I don't know why everybody's trying to discount that and say, well, because he criticized the United States, he cannot use U.S. data. What other data is he supposed to use? So there was, as we all know, there was a fallout when NATO attacked Libya, and then it spilled into Nigeria. In fact, Dr. Damages, it is not only Nigeria, and I've said it several times from the show. Burkina Faso is facing the same thing. Mali was facing the same thing. Nigeria, as we know, was facing the same thing. Ghana, which surprisingly Forefather said he hadn't heard prior to this week, is also facing the same thing. So it's not a religious issue, and this is where David has a problem. David is saying it would be dangerous for Nigeria to try to frame this as a Christian versus Muslim issue. This is what he's fighting. This is what someone like myself is also fighting. This is what someone like John Abbas will come on here and say, and she's saying, well, let's go to IDP camps. What is that going to tell you? IDP camps, your interviews are not going to tell you anything. You have to depend on raw data. And there was something deceptive that they did. He did mention that the Chinese were part of the problem. But if you see the original clips, they clipped it out and then only let them speak, only put out to the world where he mentioned the Canadian, the Americans and other Western countries. They said he didn't talk about Russia. So finally, Dr. Damages, the host wants us to believe her over State Department records. We can't, I mean, reasonably, we can't do that. That actually makes no sense. So, yeah, all right. So that trope, we have to get rid of it. It's not I don't think it's a Christian genocide. Christians have been killed, Christians are being maimed, but the reports we have on hand right now, even if you ask, since most Nigerians love AI so much, even if you ask AI will tell you that the people that are bearing the brunt of the massacre in the north are actually the Muslims. But that's neither here nor there in this posting.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Ife for the final word on this topic.
No, Papudoka, I saw a glimpse of that interview. I didn't really bother watching it at all. But I just want to say something here with this young guy. He put up a message here, so I need to speak when he talks about Lagos. Okay, let me say it here. Moving forward, and let me address you, Mr. Soli. I'm not your age mate. That's first of all. let my name not even cross your mouth again. Moving forward, I'm not your age mate. So I don't have to speak to you. We're on a platform. It's okay to disagree with me. But for you to say that you don't want to insult me or you can insult me, don't go there. Please go and watch other previous videos. Please, please. I need to speak to you when I talks about Lagos. I don't need to talk about Lagos. I didn't grow up in Lagos. I didn't live in Lagos. I have family in Lagos. I don't have to talk about it. Lagos is not the only state we have in Nigeria. We have 36 states. Nothing makes Lagos special other than the seaport and the international airport. Remove both international airports and those, and Lagos will crumble. So please, please, respect yourself. I'm not your age mate. If I'm not older than you, I'm older than you at least with 25 years. Go and look for your mates. Go and argue with your mates, please. Thank you. All
right. We'll take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about this. This is something that is under the radar. Most people didn't know. This cleric, I believe, who gave 1 million naira to cut off the head of somebody that said something that he didn't like about Prophet Muhammad. And there was this report that he was arrested. He came out and said he's adding another 1 million to anybody who would do that. So we do that. And we also, the most important story we are going to touch on now, next one we'll come back, is Trump and Jesus and the Pope and the state of the war in Iran. So we are going to spend some time on that because it's important. All right, so let's take a break. We'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you.
I am Ido kwasamaka onyoma odika powder. Ido kwasamuku onyoma odika fomu. Ido kwasamishi onyoma odika pilo. Ololo lolo aturubwe bule wakawa iwariwo. Ice Rosa Olerio, Rosanna Olerio, Rosanna Olerio, Adikadimba. Adure Oleri, Adure Olerio, Adure, Aturubwe Bule Wakawa, Iurio, Adure, Adure Lele, Adure. Ido kwasamaka onyoma odika powder. Ido kwasamuku onyoma odika fomu. Ido kwasamishi onyoma odika pilo. Ololo lolo aturubwe bule waka. Opudelio nyekelaniyo. Olisa malugonko ene menenua. Opudelio nyekelaniyo. Chukuna malugo yobia diocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo. Nuche chukwa busia ifegemelo. Ni fosolo ne asi alibazie. Oboye bebe agaranya muliba. Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solia. Mano garanya wa. Oboye afyozi enipakwa. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienyo. Oboye chikubezi olisa. Kodili ma, kodili bemo, kodili wakema, kodili wanima. Naino kwane we peluge peluo. Kodili ma, kodili bemo, kodili kemo, kodili heyo. Ibedwe me wane, nikadie zibo heyo. Nekwe kona bia, nanya na kebe. Nekwe kona bia, ebem jelu ekweje gwanu mi femgeme. Omo abatanu gwanu mi femgeme. Ejim gubwa, ejim gubwa, ejim gubwa, ejim gubwa. Ekwe mbadike ekwe. Ekwe mbadike ekwe. Ekwe anokwa mbeme ijelobia. Anokwa mbeme ijelobia. Iwe bwa bego ebia. Iwe dokwa simo n'ukwu. Iwe na yomu weju. Iwe nebakwa. Inebakwa onye netigi ekwe. Ekwe mbadike ekwe. Onye ibem newiwe nyabiko webo ya. Osukosu wampi nyabiko subo ya. Onye ifem newiwe nyabiko webo ya. Osukosu wampi nyabiko subo ya. Selense.
And I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. Only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better. And I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
How it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are, and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like.
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke. Very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
All right. That's Trump talking about fallout. This is the second tweet that he deleted. Typically, when he sends out a tweet, he will insist, despite the blowback, he will insist that he is not going to delete that. So let's talk about the state of the war in Iran, and the fights that we have during this week, one with Trump and the Pope, and the efforts, which some people believe is an effort to distract from certain news. Posted a picture of him appearing to look like Jesus. So let's talk about that. Let me start with who are the retired pastors and ex missionaries and reverend fathers and those that attempted to be. Let me hear from James before he leaves. He has to go, so let's go to James first, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much for the privilege.
Yeah, James, go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying something about somebody who passed a fatwa on someone.
Oh yeah, that's the next story. But yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, because it's very strange in a way, and also it's not strange because I remember a man called Salman Rushdie, an Indian who lived in the UK, who wrote a book some time ago. Fatwa was passed on him. I think by the Ayatollah, the first Ayatollah Khomeini, passed a fatwa on him. The funny thing is that you don't pass fatwa on human beings because they are insulting God. God should be powerful enough to fight for himself because they believe that when God says, let it be, it will be. He has all the powers. He's almighty. He's omnipotent, everything. So people should not fight for God. A mere utterance is enough to solve the problem. By a mere utterance from God. If God should say that this man who said this about me should die, immediately we expect the man to die. So why pass fatwa on people? You're in a secular state for that matter. And what is the DSS doing about it? The police, the security agencies across board, what are they doing about it? That man, at least, not at most, but at least should be cautioned to be of good behavior because Nigeria is a secular state. I remember reading a book written by Vincent Chukwuemeka Ike, Toast for Supper. Somewhere in the book, somebody referred to Jesus as a thief because his followers were plucking the ears of corn during Sabbath. His father was not a farmer. His father was a carpenter. So why should they pluck another man's ears of corn during Sabbath without permission from the owner of something like that? It was a joke anyway. But however, no fatwa was passed on to Vincent Chukwuemeka Ike to the best of my knowledge. So all this rubbish and nonsense, I don't want to be sarcastic. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege to say a few things. I wish the whole of you a very good night. It's nearly bedtime in the Gambia right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. We appreciate you anytime. And this is the video. Just for those that didn't see it at the beginning of the show, I played the video of the cleric, and he was saying that for those saying that I've been arrested because I said I have $1 million for anybody who will cut off the head of that pastor who insulted our prophet, I'm here to confirm I have now increased the money from 1 million to 2 million naira. Look at the man.
Wata sanarwa ko in ce wasu bidiyoyi da nake gani a social media waɗansu suke yada cewa wai an kama ni. To na farko ina son ma in tambaya da nayi me aka kama ni saboda nayi me saboda an zo an daddannawa annabi zagi na fita na ce duk wanda ya zagi annabi a yanko kansa shine laifin da nake nan. Tambayar da nake kenan ni waɗanda suke ɗora cewa an kama ni dan an zagi annabi zagi na ƙare dangi na fita na ce ba za mu yadda ba. Sannan abu na biyu, akwai jaridu waɗansu daga cikin jaridun kudancin Najeriya naga suna ta buga a kama ni, suna ta bugawa suna kiran DSS ya kamata su kama ni, musamman Sahara Reporters, wanda wannan mai Sahara Reporters din dama yayi kaurin suna wajen cin mutuncin addinin musulunci. An gane ai, saboda haka wannan na gani da ido na da waɗansu kuma suna kiran jami'an tsaron DSS kan su kama ni, wanda musamman shi wannan mai Sahara, ina mamakin musulmin da suke bin Sahara Reporters, ina mamakin musulmai waɗanda suke ɗaukan Sahara Reporters ta jaridan nan da kuma mai Sahara Reporters din a matsayin masoyinsu. Wannan shine asalin munafunci, wanda bai da makiyi kamar annabinka, bai da makiyi kamar addininka. shine wanda kake bi, shine wanda kake following. To wannan mai Sahara Reporters din yana cikin waɗanda suke gabadai akan tunda na ce a kawo kan pasto na ba da miliyan 1 yana cikin masu yadawa a jaridarsa cewa a kama ni saboda na ce miliyan 1. To dan na ce miliyan 1 kake yadawa ko Sahara Reporters suke yada kama ni, yanzu na ƙara miliyan 1 ya zama miliyan 2. Na ƙara yanzu abin da nake so in an kama ni ina buƙatar a harbe ni, ba na son ba wai kullum za a yi ba, harbe ni za a yi. Kuma wannan idan jami'an tsaro sun amsa kiransu, wannan shi ke nuna irin girman raini wanda suka yi wa musulmai, suka yi wa annabi. Wanda a kwanaki a daidai gabar da ake ta kiraye tun daga Amerika cewa a sauke maganar shari'a, a sauke maganar in mutum ya zagi annabi a hukunta shi a Najeriya, a daidai lokacin wani ya zagi Benjamin Netanyahu, ko ba ma zagin sai ba, yawa Benjamin Netanyahu tsinanne ya masa fatan mutuwa, aka zo aka kama shi. A wannan kasar aka yi haka. To kaga wancan sun fara nuna mana girman rainin da suka wa annabi, bayan sun kama wancan da ya zagi Benjamin, a lokaci ɗaya kuma ake cewa wanda ya zagi annabi faɗin albarkacin baki ne a wancan lokacin. A yanzu kuma sai aka samu wani sai ya ɗauki zigar da Amerika ke yi cewa zagin annabi ba matsala ba ne, bayan ya gama wa annabi zagin wulakanci. Sannan kuma mu muka fito muka yi magana, kuma ba ni kadai na fito ne magana ba, waɗanda suka yi magana sun fi mutum 1000 waɗanda suka ce in sun haɗu da shi sai sun yanka shi. Amma saboda ni ne na tsonewa arna ido, ko da ni ake so a buga misalin raini, irin rainin da aka wa annabi da ni ake so a buga misali, to alhamdulillah ni na ji daɗi. In dai an kama ni saboda na ce wanda ya zagi annabi a yanko kansa na sa miliyan 1, to ina sanar da duniya na ƙara miliyan 1. Abunda nake so in an kama ni kar na kwana ina so a kashe ni, sai za mu nuna muku da gaske muke. Kuma ku kun ji kunya, Trump ya fito ya siffanta kansa da annabi Isa, har yanzu a cikin ku ban ji wanda ya fito ya mayo da Trump martani ba. Trump din da ya ce shi ne ya fito don kare kiristoci da addininsu saboda ana matsa musu, amma saboda wulakanci da rashin mutunci, Trump ne a yau ya fito yake siffanta kansa da annabi Isa almasihu, shi ma mai warkarwa ne, har ya buga a shafinsa saboda bai dauki annabi Isa naku, ko in ce bai dauki annabi Isa namu gabaki ɗaya a bakin komai ba, saboda bai dauke shi a bakin komai ba.
All right. If you understand Hausa, is there anything I miss in the summary I have? Okay.
Yes, only thing is that Shewore part. This is don't know why Muslims they follow Shewore. Shewore they always betray the faith. So it's literally trying to tell the Muslim community to see Shewore for what they believe he is an enemy of the religion. So they should stop.
Why?
They should unsubscribe.
Was it because that the Sahara Report has published?
Yes.
Okay. Any other person who has a different, who had something different? Forefathers, do you speak also? KJ, any different, any translation, anything lost in translation?
No, not really. But the yeah, in his final statement, he's saying that if he gets arrested, nobody should come for him. You know, he's ready to face the consequence. But who is going to arrest him? Nobody. So he knows already what he's doing, and he's not alone in that. Whatever you see, but when he gets to me, I'll tell you what I think about the whole stuff.
I actually wanted that to be this second topic, Bob. Since we gave because that was what Mr. James wanted to talk about. Let's give everybody two minutes on this topic. It's not a major one, but go ahead, KJ.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
please, I'm going to hear KJ's submission.
Here is my take. It's not the first time in Nigeria that this kind of thing has happened, and many times Kalu Uka was the guy who was beheaded in Kanu by the order of certain people who are in authority right now. Akaluka.
Gideon
Akaluka. And that went to today. Nobody ever brought anybody to justice. The lady that I talked about, which I did her story in Bauchi, Gombe, the secondary school teacher who was burnt also, was accused of blasphemy, which was never even true. What's her name now? I've forgotten her name, but she's from somewhere in the southwest. And then, of course, there are one or two other people who such things have been their fate. in Nigeria, and that's why they struggle to come to the table to discuss how Nigeria can be made better. Because they know that these things that are in the constitution were not an agreement between the peoples of Nigeria. Now, if you notice, one of the interview that Atiku granted, he counted from 1979 as the day that people who ruled Nigeria was now being given dates. The question be, what about the rest of the time before was Nigeria created in 1979? The answer is no. So they always come with this intention to try to play on your intelligence and make the whatever they say to be the grand norm for law, and that everybody must comply to it. Unfortunately, we do not serve a God who says we should go and maim people on his behalf. Because like Mr. James rightly said, if your God is so powerful, if you curse him, he will be down to fight you. We have a God in my village, Amadioha. If you are not qualified to enter that his cage, as those who are part of his the shrine, go and enter and come out now. Let us see. You know, it doesn't waste time. It's not a question of go and come. You will see the result right there. So, but you see, they think that fighting or issuing that order. And let me not digress. That's a trending video also. Somebody posted what a person has said earlier on, why he put a cross. He put on the cross a frog and something like that, and say your Jesus is a loser. A green frog on this thing. It trended. I think I was trying to look for it on my Facebook page. It trended, but we Christians, we didn't even find it anything. We leave you to Christ. Christ will be able to fight for himself. What about Mr. El-Rufai? There was a publication he talked about Peter, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene, and all the rest. But we don't see that in as why we should fight. Is it because we cannot fight? We can. Is it because we cannot take action? We can. But we have chosen the path of peace, and it's beginning to look as if that path we have chosen, it makes them think that that's his weakness. And I want to assure any other person who's maybe taking that way also that we are not weak at all. And then, having said that, this individual reassured himself that nothing can happen. That's what he said. Okay? And he has put that on notice. I put on notice. And as I saw the pastor's video, I don't know where I saved it. I saw the pastor's video where he himself was saying he should be killed, that if that is what he thinks. And I said, no, sir, with due respect, you shouldn't be saying you should be killed for what you said. And then let us even, because some people will now come here and begin to spill whatever in they want to speak. The guy only recited what was written as an account of the history of their religion. He didn't say anything outside of the book. I've forgotten the name of the book they call it, which captured the lifestyle of the prophet. It is not because he said anything extra out of that. So when we say he's insulting the prophet, what is this insulting the prophet about? It is what was written in their own book, holy books. Okay? So, but you see, Nigeria is I don't want to say it's complex. People who decided to put it together knew what they wanted. They wanted to create this constant conflict that will never give the people an opportunity to be able to grow the country. Because where you believe that your way is the best and your law supersedes the constitution of Nigeria, and when that law is issued, nobody can change it. Nobody can say anything about it. How then do you govern the country? Because we are all what? Listen, we have on this platform we have argued about the Sharia law, and they said it's only for Muslims. But we have seen many Christians who have suffered a lot of things from that same Sharia law being implemented against them. So when you look at all these things, you begin to ask yourself, so what is really the governing law in Nigeria? How come that the Islam and Muslims are mentioned over 78 times in the Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria, whereas Christianity and Christians or Christ was never mentioned? Not even once. How come we have a Sharia court of appeal where we have a Supreme Court? How does it balance? Who are they court of the same jurisdiction or what? So these are contradictions that, unless we sit down in this modern time, we cannot be able to sort it out and maybe get a way forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see somebody in our backstage. If you want to join us, you have to dress up and sit up a little bit. You were lying down, so that's why I have not brought you in. Forefathers, go ahead.
I think, thank you. Regarding the one issuing fatwa, people like that should be made an example of, really. And this is what bothers me about this government sometimes. They sit there and watch bigots run riot in the country. If I was the government, immediately I would have arrested him and arraigned him before court and prosecuted him and imprisoned him to the highest extent of the law to make an example that the country doesn't tolerate religious intolerance within the country. You can't put bounty on somebody's head and expect to get away with it. You can't incite incite people to go and commit offense. That is an offense in the books of Nigerian law. You just prosecute them and just throw them in jail and take the key and throw it away, and till whenever they are going to be appealing or whatever nonsense, he should be in jail. As a matter of fact, when they are trying him, he's going to be in jail. And anybody that pretend as if they want to support him, they too are going to go to jail. Because in Nigeria, this is a very dangerous trend. You can't keep having people that are rule breakers, people that are incite violence. They seem to just walk free. In the last election, too, the same thing happened with Enso Oluomo, and we see Abike Dabiri incited. We can't keep tolerating all this nonsense. Rule breakers seem to run riot in the country, and you wonder why things hardly work properly in the country. Personally, this is a simple matter. He has broken the law. He should face the consequences. I don't understand. I don't know. I'm sure the government is going to act. If this guy issued a fatwa, I'm sure they're going to act. I think it would be crazy if they don't act. That's how I see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I forgot that I don't want to interfere, but I wanted to ask you, do you know the law he broke?
Yes, it's an incitement and soliciting for criminal soliciting for criminal I think action or something like that act. So he's soliciting people to commit criminal act, and it's already said even before the action is carried out, he can be prosecuted for that because it's a criminal offense, even if they have not carried out the act. So this is a open and short case. Take him, throw him in jail. Find somewhere, somewhere in a deep prison in Nigeria, throw him in there and throw the key away. And anybody that says that if they want to support him, you put them there too. To set an example, we can't have a country where that you have people being afraid to talk to each other. You're afraid of your shadow all the time. Even when I went to Nigeria, I had that experience now where fellow Christians were like scared that I'm talking to Muslims in a certain way. No, we can't have that. This is why even when I started talking about the Southeast and some of the reasons why I feel like the Southeasterners are unfairly persecuted, because they don't tend to resort to violence. Muslims can't be doing this, and Muslims should be called out for doing. I don't know why they just keep excusing themselves, and some of them will come here and say it's some people that do it. Why is it that they keep coming from your community all the time? I'm tired of people making excuses. They have to take responsibility, and the government too has to take its own responsibility and make example of such people. We can't have people that just go around targeting fellow Nigerians. That is a recipe for what we are seeing today in the country. Thank you. It's very, very. I really don't like such people. I don't even have time for them. I really don't.
Okay, Rudolph, I would like to shock you. Nothing is going to happen. Mark my word. Nothing. Not a thing. We have nobody will lift a finger.
All right, thank you. I don't think it's the first time we had that in Nigeria. Okay, comparable facts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not even familiar with the story. I'm just now hearing about the story. But having said that, I think I was able to get this what I thought about. So I will comment briefly on that. You see, all these Muslims, jihadists or whatever they call them, radical Muslims, that is not prevalent among the Muslims. But some of the Muslims, the so-called jihadists or the radical, they use that as an impunity, to control the community, to justify, to eliminate their rival or recruit followers. This is what they do. So my question is this: we're in Nigeria. Where is the DSS? Why hasn't been arrested? If somebody from the southeast right now, they would have arrested the person or Christian immediately. I mean, this is the country we are. We are not. We don't have there's no equality. I mean, all that money is spooning. It's nonsense just to justify his radical religious ideology. So, like I said, I'm not familiar with the whole story, but the man should have been arrested, for coming, for spooning that nonsense, creating division and all that kind of things. That's the way I see that. So I have little to comment because I'm not really familiar with the story. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tony, you're next.
Yeah, like you said, Dr. Damages, this is not the first time we're hearing this kind of comments. We've heard it all over again, over and over. I'm sure Jingri, has said something similar. So many, even though there were northern clerics who came to criticize Jingri, but nothing happened to him. We've seen worse things. We see videos, we see people's head beheaded, and they show it in the video, and people are dancing and rejoicing. And nothing is done. Nobody cautions anybody. You see their faces, you can track them. Nothing is done. So that's the tragedy of the country that we are in. And so when you see the president pontificating and saying, I've done very well, I've done this, you see, we lie to ourselves. Performance is not measured by talks and events and, all the, pontifications and so on, and statistics that you quote. It's by impact, and outcomes. And if you look at what's been happening, the level of insecurity getting worse every day, and the suffering in the country, you would ask yourself, do we really have a government? Because like forefathers said, and I agree with some of the things he said in respect to this discussion, this is incitement, this is a threat to life, and this is an imam. So he has the following. If they knew where this pastor is, you can imagine with this kind of fuel that he has ignited, this is a country that is tense, there's so much tension. They'll go look for this guy and kill him for nothing, and nothing would happen. We've seen killings like that before in the past. Nothing happened. There's an Igbo man who is languishing in jail because he said something in Lagos. He didn't say this much, but he's locked up. But I don't agree with forefathers when you say you throw away the key. No, he should be tried. And if he's found guilty, he should pay for it, but not throw away the key, because again, that will not be justice. But if we begin to show example and show that some people are not favored, that all animals are equal, then I think that will be part of the process of showing that there's justice, there's good governance and so on. But it's not there. We don't see it. So anybody can just come and do anything, and go free. That's my contribution.
All right, thank you, Tony. Paul, you are next.
Yeah, Doctor, it's just kind of funny. Let me just try to narrow everything. Like you said, solitude today. Growing up in Lagos, where I have the opportunity to see a mini Nigeria, all tribes in Lagos, maybe because it was a formal capital where everybody worked with government, ministries, and parastatals and the like. So, Doctor, you see, growing up in Lagos as a young boy, if you enter bus, you don't want to pay money, just speak small Hausa, wallahi talai, assuming I'm in the position to shoot that man, I would have shot him. Conductor will be scared to ask you transport. They just believe Hausa man because they get away with everything. That mindset. We have this funny mindset, that we are wired with. Oh, they just tell you this tribe, they are like this. They just tell you this tribe, they are like this. And people judge them and people give them power. You see an old man don't want to pay bus money. The man will just shout. The man will threaten that he is the number 2 man when he comes to Ogboni in Lagos. Number 2, Ogboni. Other 13 passengers in the bus will start begging because of their 5 naira that they pay for transport. Will start begging, Baba, please, no kill the conductor. Baba, please. Baba no won't pay. Go lie, same be Ogboni. You don't understand? We fear a lot. So oftentimes we give these people the power that they don't have. You understand? And because if you give people power that they don't have, they tend to abuse it. So they know that they will get away with these things. Something that Obasanjo do many years that I really like very well. Chris Ayahu was interviewing Obasanjo at the Airborne. And he asked Obasanjo, IBB put you as president and IBB want to come for 2003. IBB, around 2001, 2002, IBB poster is everywhere in Lagos, Abuja, 10. You understand? IBB want to come. Obasanjo just said something, and that thing just quenched the whole thing. Obasanjo say IBB put me there, IBB want to come. Obasanjo say when it comes to the military, I'm a senior. When it comes to government, I was in government before him. When it comes to civilian government, I'm already in government. He's not in government. Obasanjo saying everywhere I'm a senior. So are you telling me that he's Maradona? If he is Maradona, then I'm 2 times Pele. Obasanjo just indirectly send that message. Slowly, we just see the IBB. We didn't see IBB poster again. Do you know why? Because Obasanjo fight back. You understand? So sometimes, IBB is too powerful. IBB not put down. IBB say just go hold power. It's coming back to take power. Very many of us believe that mindset. But when Obasanjo indirectly send that message back, IBB just understand that at this level, I don't need to rub myself in the ground like that. He knows that Obasanjo is coming back for his second term. You understand? In fact, even when Obasanjo was even trying to do third term using the former Deputy Senate President Ibrahim Mantu, people like IBB then they couldn't say anything because they see that this man is desperate. So if you don't test your power, it seems that you don't have power. You understand? So the Northern, these guys, they've been enjoying this privilege. You see what Atiku do and every other thing with the girl, I forget Rebecca, what I forget her name now, and every other thing. They've been enjoying this thing. If nobody will arrest that man and punish him for it, it's still going to happen again. And that's what they are doing. So they do that thing a lot. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go to Ovie. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's our new panelist. I think when we get to her, we'll explain what's going on. I think she has 2 of the explorers open or something, but we'll get to that. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah. When I say we humans are the most dangerous animal on the planet here, people don't seem to understand me. This heresy law, blasphemy law, is part of our adventure. It's not something new. Not only we human beings they kill for fun, not to survive or to feed, but we kill each other just for fun. And this is not something that has been invented by the Muslim community or Muslim religion or those people from the north. No, this has been our part of human practice. If you go back to 13th century, 14, 15, up to 17, now it's still a standard law in European nation. You dare not talk evil or evil about even the Virgin Mary, the doctrines of the dogmas of the Catholic Church, anything. You will also be prosecuted, and the capital punishment will be there at the end of it. So it shows how uncivilized we humans are. If you look at it critically. So I don't know. Maybe in our time we they pass through. So how we approach them, how we talk about, how we deal with it, I think is what we seems to be debating here. That's why you asked to Nigeria which law in break, right? The truth is that if I say Dr. Dameji, maybe because we just get heated argument, I'll say Dr. Dameji, watch your back, man. Man go show you a bill for Street of New York. I don't think you allow the night to fall before I'll get picked up, but the man is there because he's standing on the higher, what we believe to be higher authority, right? Religion, God. So the question now, if we go arrest her, if we go actually uphold the law, what would be the flashback politically and otherwise? So again, now this is us. It's not as self-inflated, but as I said, it's not peculiar with our northern brothers or the Muslim religion. It's an activities that human beings have been involved in since we debate how we would coexist together. As I say, it's unfortunate, but it's our reality.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I don't like to in this intervene, but are you saying that you mentioned European laws and that even if it's still in the books or whether it was old, they are still not implementing it? If it's still there, or maybe they repeal that, or something that we did 2,000 years ago, and Are you saying you didn't advance the conversation in any way? You just referred to what used to happen. Are you saying it's okay or that something should be done about it? What is the position?
No, me and you know, that's why I use that example. Say if I actually, accuse you or threaten you in that manner, I will be picked up before the next runs out, just between me and you, which is the right thing to do, right? But this is not you are not
actually. If you say that to me, I will tell them that you took too much of this. And but in this case, are you saying?
No, I'm not saying the man should not be prosecuted. I don't think anybody will disagree with that, or he should not be called to account to explain what it means.
Okay, I just want to make.
And again, what the man is saying is not saying something that is new to us. Now, because in the talk and say, if to say action done, action precede conversation, because that's what happened in the case of Deborah, right? They don't carry out the action before we begin talk. Nothing happened. So now, because he come forward before action take place, that doesn't mean even me and you believe. I'm not pushing back. I'm just trying to make point here. All of us believe here, right, that the possibility of him getting arrested is lower than the possibility of that man being executed. They will kill that man first before they arrest him. That's our reality, right? That's what I say now. This is all. So how we get out of it depends on me and you, which is the conversation we are having. So I'm not saying is that right or wrong. I'm just saying this is who we are. We cannot deny it. It's part of us. So how we go from here is called what we call civilization. That's why we are not civilized enough compared to other animals on the planet. So it's not. I'm not justifying it at all. I'm just saying they go kill that man first before they arrest him, and we know why. Which is what the name of religion.
All right. Saxonia, go ahead.
Yes, but forefathers first. What did the pastor? What did he say? Do you have a clip of what the pastor?
I don't have the clip of what the pastor said.
I mean, I think everybody has spoken well.
Is there anything that the pastor would say that you would think he deserves to die?
No, absolutely not. No,
okay.
Absolutely not. But my point is, in the end, the rule of law gotta take precedence, right? The rule of law. So what does the law say in Nigeria regarding threats of that nature, especially inchoate threats? Such as where the crime hasn't been committed yet, but an instruction has been given out. So I'd like to know what Nigerian laws cover that. But moving outside of that, I think we have to be very careful the kind of incendiary remarks we make. And this will go back again to my brother KJ. You come on here, you said things like it's in their book. I mean, can you show us where it is in the book where if you insult the prophet or if you insult God, it's in the Quran where it says you have to kill people? I've never seen it. To be fair, I've heard of hadiths, but they were inauthentic and they've been deemed as non-credible. So they've deemed, and it wasn't like go kill someone. There's nothing like that. So that being said, I think we have to be careful. And I mean, Ovi has spoken well. It's very true. This is the reality of the lawlessness that we are facing in Nigeria. And I think at some point, maybe Nigerians have to start looking at enforcement of law, and they have to stop this situation where you cannot carry out the law based on someone's religion or someone's ethnicity or someone's tribe without people getting upset. Now, finally, what the man issued was not a fatwa. That is his own personal opinion. I do understand that people on here are not familiar with Islamic jurisprudence, but the man has no legal authority to pass a fatwa. A fatwa in Nigeria, as Nigeria is constituted today, can only be passed by an Islamic council. Actually, they have a specific fatwa council. So just because some rabble rouser or some pseudo terrorist decides to get offended and issue threats and places a bounty on someone, we got to be careful. You know, this issue of why is it always Islam and it's in their book and why do they want Sharia? You know, at times, I think you guys got to temper situations with common sense. And usually when Islam is concerned in Nigeria, we usually don't see that. So we got to figure out a way to become inclusive and more tolerant of each other, because it obviously does not exist in Nigeria as we know it today.
All right, thank you. Daji, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Unmute yourself. I think you have either you joined using your YouTube account and you're also listening to us on YouTube. I don't know how, but unmute yourself. There's get an echo from you, but let's see if it's still there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Honestly, if I talk, I'm gonna hurt a lot of people, for real. So it's time. All this tribe nonsense need to stop. We are tired. It's like you guys don't get it or what? You understand what I mean? Like me, I'm Yoruba, right? I can marry Igbo, anybody. You know, all these that I don't give a fuck. Everybody should go and develop their land. Enough with this bullshit. Okay? We are tired. Honestly, I used to respect a lot of Nigeria. I won't lie to you. I don't respect them no more. I swear to God. This shit needs to stop. Everything is not about money. You guys go and develop your land. What the you go and develop your land. I live in America here. I get this all the time. Are you guys not gonna go and develop your house? You understand? We are tired. It's like you guys don't get it or what? And you always want us to shut up. Shut up for what? Enough. We are tired. I don't care. You guys can laugh. I don't care, for real. I'm not gonna come here. You know, honestly, you guys, I respect you a lot. Dr. Damage, I respect you, for real. I respect you. But it's getting to a point like these people are you guys, enough. We are tired. I have neighbors all the time. They always ask me, are you guys going to develop your house? It's getting to a point like, yo, what's going on? We are tired. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. We are tired. Enough. I don't know what else to say.
Please, tired of what? I don't know. I don't understand.
You guys need to go and develop your land. Okay?
What? Sorry,
our country or what?
Everywhere looks so dirty. Look at the villages. Go and develop the road. Put 1, 2, 3 in order. When you come home, like the last time I went to Nigeria, I'm scared to be there. We don't want to live like that.
When was the last time you went to Nigeria?
Like 5 years ago.
Which part of Nigeria?
And you guys will not tell me to shut up, because I don't give a fuck no more. We used to hide it.
Calm down.
Uncle, we used to hide it. Now everything's going to be coming out. You guys, come on.
Calm down.
Every time.
Let him speak, please.
Are we going to respect our elders if you guys continue like this? Come on. It's like you guys don't get it. You have to put things in an order in order for us to go for vacation. You get what I mean? You go home, you will be scared. All these tribalism shit, I don't give a fuck about it. I can marry anybody I choose to marry. I will submit any tribe. As long as you look like me, I will marry you. But all these, we are tired. What the fuck? Enough.
I'm looking for wife.
Go get it in Nigeria. We are tired. We are tired. For real. You people look just like me. And you continue bringing tribe. We are tired. For real. If you guys want respect for us to love our men, do the right thing. Enough. Honestly. I don't care who you are. I don't care what tribe you are. You guys need to put your shit together. It have nothing to do with you people. I know other people will hear me talking because enough with this bullshit. And Yoruba land belongs to Yoruba people. And you can marry whoever you want to marry. Igbo people, I can marry you. You get what I mean? Enough. We are tired. We are tired. The same nonsense from day one.
What about Niger? What about Niger Delta oil money? Does it belong to Niger Delta people?
Let's
we
move
are
on.
one people. What the fuck? Are you guys dumb or what? We are one.
All right.
We are one people.
Thank you so much.
Time to develop the country. Nobody want to be in their dad's home and be scared. You understand? They will come and kidnap me. We don't want to live like that. It's true. No more sugar coat. Enough.
Thank you so much.
Me, I'll be coming here. If you guys continue like this, Dr. Zam, and honestly, I know it have nothing to do with you, but I know other people will hear me. They need to get their shit together. We all black people. Black people. Black Nigerian people. If you look just like me, I will marry you till I die. I don't care what tribe you are. Enough.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Come to Yoruba land. We have a lot of Igbo people, Igbo children. And they're one of us. They're our blood. We don't, you understand? You guys need to stop.
But the land don't belong to Igbo people.
Oh, well, fine. We don't care. But it's time to develop some stuff. Let's put things in an order. For real. Enough.
Then don't say Yoruba land belong to Yoruba people.
I'm tired, for real. Enough. It's too much. No more sugar coating.
Okay.
If they want respect, they have to be doing the right thing.
Thank you so much. I will ask you to, if you can, join us whenever you have a time so that we can.
Honestly, I used to want to shut up, but I can't do that no more, man. I can't. I want to go home. I have land. I have things back home. If it don't mean nothing to you, it means a lot to me. That's my dad and my mom land. We have to do something. We cannot just abandon the place. It's true. All right, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your.
Yes, sir. Bye.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Ify.
Okay. Good evening back. Hi, Deji. Welcome to the platform. This is the first time meeting you. So we were talking about the religious, the issue before Deji came. So this is my take. I've said it over and over again. I don't like to talk about religion. And the reason being that I have a lot of Muslim friends. A lot. I would say literally my best friend. They are Yorubas. I said it here. They are Muslims, sorry, not the tribe. They are Muslims. So, but this is what I don't understand. Recently, over this week, the terrorists or whatever that is going up in the north, those are Muslims. If we can be honest to ourselves, those are being done by the Muslims, and now they want to reintegrate 744 terrorists rehabilitated into the society. These are the people that might other people. We lost how many generals in the last few years, and you're gonna bring these people and say that you're gonna, reintegrate them to be in the same society like me, okay? It was in this country called Nigeria, already. It is in this country called Nigeria that Deborah was spied just because she made a statement and nothing happened. And that's Islam. It's in the same country that Atiku Abubakar made a post and immediately he was criticized. He just deleted it and said it wasn't him that posted it. All in the name of religion. I told you people I hate to talk about religion. Imagine me, Ifoma, coming to say something about Islam. Do you think I will be alive to get to my father's house? You think they will not lynch me at the airport? All in the name of religion. Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto State just because he is fighting for his people, but he wants to reintegrate 744 people in a society that is struggling. These are Muslims. These are not Christians. But I keep telling you people, I hate to talk about this. The reason why I keep saying I hate to talk about it, because if you go to Saudi Arabia, the people there are not violent from what I understood. So why is it that the people in our country, why are they violent? Why is it that somebody speak against it? It's okay to speak against Christianity. People talk about the Christian pastors. I cuss them out every day. Nobody will say anything. We walk, go about our business. But once you say anything about Islam, it's a problem. And that's why I keep telling you people, is it not high time we divide the country? Everybody go your own way. I think what my Deji sister is talking about, but if you don't leave, 5 years ago, it's a long time. If you haven't visited Nigeria recently, there are some people, honestly, I hate to say this, that you're supposed to be in the same country. Somebody, a Muslim in this country, cannot make that statement and get away with it. He will face the law. MC Olomo said a lot of things about Hebrews. He's walking around. In fact, the court gave a judgment against him, and he said he's not going to listen to the judge. He's not going to obey the law, except if Tinubu tells him that Tinubu is the only person that he will listen to. Imagine if my brother has said that. Will he be alive today? Come on now. What we have in Nigeria is selective justice. There are people that can say anything they can say, and nothing will happen. They are above the law. But there are certain people or certain tribe that can say something, and then the government will come after them. Let us tell ourselves the truth. I don't want to be part of the same country. If it's okay for you to say something about Christianity, it's okay for me to say something about Muslim. Everybody's entitled to their belief. Let people believe in what they want to believe. There was an argument that came up one day. I think I shared it with one of my Muslim friends, between a Christian and Muslim, and they were talking about it. And the person said, "Okay, your prophet married a 6-year-old girl. Will you give your 6-year-old girl to a man to marry?" I don't want to talk about all these things. But if you fail, or if you feel, or if you threaten somebody, all in the name of religion, or all in the name of Sharia, then let the government, if you're gonna punish me because of what I said, punish a Muslim for the same thing. I don't like this. I hate to talk about religion, but this is the biggest problem we have in Nigeria. Even the Muslims in the Yoruba land, they will tell you they are not Muslims enough. The people from the north will tell you that they are not Muslims enough. Which one they are not Muslims enough? Because they are not violent. Let us keep telling ourselves the truth, please. And I keep saying it. You see this Nigeria, it is not going to work until we tell ourselves the truth. No matter how much this is a marriage. This marriage is not working. But you are forcing it. It is not working. Let us divorce so that everybody will go their separate way. That's all it is. Thank you, Papudoka.
All right. Thank you so much. We will quickly, Joe, go to the next topic, which is Trump, Iran, and the Pope.
And I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. Only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
All right, that was Trump pushing back after the media asked him to explain that post where he put out a picture of himself, AI generated picture of him like Jesus, dressed like Jesus. It raised a lot of questions. Even some of his supporters were not happy about that. They complained, and he came back to push and say, look, that wasn't his intention. He also posted a picture of himself with Jesus consoling him after he was attacked by people for the original post. And he constantly, throughout the week, was fighting the Pope, saying that the Pope was is weak on crime and some other things. some of the people that supported him were people like Jagaban came out and said that the Pope should be careful, and that the Pope didn't know theology. It confused a lot of people, and the conversation continues. The Pope, while he was in Africa, was responding through his own social media handle. One of them, he talked about a group of tyrants all over the world causing problems. I want to know how many of you guys are following what you thought about that, especially with the situation in Iran now, where Iran is pulling back from all the things we had 2 days ago, a day ago, that they agreed to, including that they will end, they no longer seek nuclear weapon, that they would open the Strait of Hormuz, that they will, all the things that America was looking for. So we thought that we were about to get peace. Hezbollah and Lebanon also met with Israel, and there's ceasefire over there. So we thought that the world was going in the right direction. The stock markets, people celebrated. And yesterday it went all bad, or this morning. And we don't know what we'll be talking about on Monday, because Tuesday is the deadline. The 2 weeks will end on Tuesday. Pakistan was waiting for them to come back to continue the conversation on how to make the ceasefire permanent. That's the background. All right. So let me start with Tony. 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, first of all, there's an Igbo adage that says an old woman is always uneasy when dry bones are mentioned. So, with respect to what the Pope said, he didn't mention names. He was just speaking, and as the high priest, that's within his calling to speak, call for peace, call for good governance all over the world. So I don't know why Trump, should reply to think that he's referring to him, and then attacking him personally. This is not the first time we're seeing this sort of thing that Trump is doing. Those of us who are in America were also careful. Even though I am an American citizen, and I'm sure forefathers will not be happy with that. Even though I'm a Nigerian American. Yeah, but Dr. Damage is why you're laughing.
Why are you calling forefathers?
No, because he likes to intrude into my family affairs, so that's why I mentioned his name. So, but I in his first term when he came, we saw this photo op, that he did in St. John's, I think Episcopal Church or something like that. It generated a lot of furore, and so many other things that he has done, calling himself almost arrogating God's power to himself, So it's not new. It's not. It's probably part of his character, and I feel angry. When I see, people who should know, even from evangelicals, who also endorse that kind of talk. I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong. So that's that. Now, quickly to the issue, the conflict in the Gulf. I've said here that I really don't understand what the American interest in the Gulf is. Apart from Israel, take out Israel, for instance, we can understand. But what is American interest in the Gulf? Why? Because he's always been pushing this. The reasons have always been shifting and shifting and shifting and shifting. The next thing we'll hear probably is the oil and maybe rare earth. We have moved from nuclear. Iran is enriching. It's trying to acquire nuclear capability. Well, even though IAEA, whatever, said no, Iran hasn't reached that, and so on and so forth. It's been on, shifting. Then there was regime change. Then there was he's not treating the citizens well. Then all kinds of things and so on and so forth. So why can't they allow this peace talk to just have its way? Why is there? America has lost. I mean, we've said it here. The world is suffering from this war. America has lost manpower. They've lost assets. They're spending money that shouldn't have. In the first place, they didn't get approval for this nonsense that you're doing. So I don't understand why this whole issue. I thought the peace process was progressing. Even Trump gave us hope that it looks like we're getting somewhere. And then suddenly this morning, we saw Iran again saying no, and then shutting the entrance to the Hormuz. So what's going to happen next? War? That's what Trump is threatening. And no matter what you do, even after you have fought that war, you will still come back to the table to make peace. So I don't think that this, whatever is the issue, or what are the issues, can be settled. I think we've lost so many lives. I think the world has suffered, globally, from this madness. And those who are encouraging our president, should look back and see that everybody is suffering. This thing is not benefiting anybody. Iran, the Gulf, America, everybody is suffering. It's impacting everybody negatively. Stocks, S&P, agriculture, shipping, everybody is suffering from this thing. Farming, inflation is high. It's, lives are being lost. So I think the policymakers should think twice. And lastly, just 1 minute. America went to Pakistan with about 300 delegates, Iran with about 70. And then this is the high-power delegation. You haven't seen this kind of, talks, direct talks, with Iran for some years now. So I think they should take this thing seriously and resolve whatever has not been resolved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. For those who forgot, let me play this.
But as I prayed, it was like the Holy Spirit just zoned me in and said, tell President Trump how thankful you are for him. And I think I felt like I was conveying the heart of God for all of us, that we are thankful for the greatest champion of faith that we've ever seen in a president. And we honor you because of your bold, unwavering conviction and stand for religious liberty here in America and around the world. And you recognize the power and the name of Jesus Christ. I remember when we told our first briefing, you can now pray again and worship again. They begin to shout and praise and say, thank you, Lord, and sing in their highest ways for your unwavering recognition that the strength of a nation is through Almighty God. And you have not backed away from any of this. Thank you for allowing me to serve you, to serve people of faith, and to serve the American people. I've heard many people take credit for you being here, or for some of your victories, and for being in the sacred office of the president. But the truth of it is you're here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership, great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him. And it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
All right. I just I've watched this before, but today it just occurred to me that we did not call her out for saying that because of Trump, we can now pray in America, we can now worship. Before Trump, we couldn't pray, we couldn't worship. Anyway, but these are the reasons why Trump could say these are things, do things. Anyway, it's not for me. You guys discuss. Let me come to who is next.
Doctor, you don't have the other of her video, the one that she's praying, Africa, Africa, Africa,
Oh
Africa,
yeah,
Africa.
I have that.
You would have bring that. Now. You need to send that woman to Nigeria to go make money so that she can leave us alone. Let her just go make money in Nigeria. Let her leave us alone here.
We don't have time anymore. Let's go next to forefathers.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Regarding the religious, iconography that Trump did, at least he was able to make himself Jesus. This is unlike black people. They will clearly make us the devil and choose to make the white man Jesus. So this is, you see, this is an example of the way you people think. They elevate themselves all the time. But we come here and we downgrade ourselves. So, but in terms of the backlash that he had, obviously he had a lot of backlash from even his own supporters that thought that was going too far, and he had to pull it back. According to Piers Morgan, that comes as close as Trump being apologizing. And then he went on to create another one again with Jesus Christ hugging him. Obviously, it's always a brand new white Jesus, European Jesus. That's always the one that they use. And some of our people, they are in denial that they use white Jesus. Even in America, I saw a video in America where they are saying that this is American part of Nigeria, where the part of America that is quite Nigerian, and they have churches there. The church that they have there, the Mary there was sparkling white, like crazy. It's like, this is what we do. And religion, they lie to themselves. You see what she was saying there? She's pretending as if she's talking to Trump in the name of the Lord, while she's basically arguing for their own civilization. And that's the lie at the heart of this religion. People pretend as if this is not a form of soft power. And our people dedicate their souls to it without putting their people first. They put their people first all the time. They even put their face on the creator. You know, when they draw God, they even draw it as a white man. They don't draw it as a black man. They make sure their own is their image. How many times have we created God in our own image? No, none of us have done that. So the way there's a lot of lie in the middle of religion. The lie is that your own personal physical interest should not come first. They will say the religion comes first, but it's a lie. Just test them and you find out that it's their own individual interest that comes first. And until our people realize that, like that man now that went and put fatwa on a fellow Nigerian said, that's the mumu thing that religion does to people. Because you are going to put fatwa on your own fellow people's head because of the religion of some other people. You think that religion you are putting it first, but in reality it's your own people that you are putting first. All these people are people that can't think straight in terms of religion. They lie to themselves, telling them that the religion never came first. If religion came first, that man would be in Iran fighting for Iran right now. Do you see him doing that? He's not. He didn't put the religion, but he's sitting in Nigeria, putting fatwa on a fellow Nigerian. Mumu thinking that never ends. And in the case of the Iranian this in conflict, I think it's beginning to emerge now that Iran might actually come out of this war the fourth superpower of the world.
The what?
The fourth superpower of the world. Yes. As a matter of fact, this is not only my own opinion, actually. Because except America goes into Iran in a way,
who are the top three, Abeg? I just want
the
to know.
US, China,
Russia, China.
those are the major ones.
For Rudolph, I think you should have asked them what. I'm not trying to discount what you're saying. What makes a superpower?
That would
God bless you. God bless you, my brother. That's a good question.
It's a fair point. It depends on how you look at it. Is a nation that wields immense power in their region, and can influence world events. So this is what Iran is actually being able to do right now. The Houthis fought this war. The Hezbollah fought wars. They didn't influence the world the way Iran is doing right now. And they have not even gone full tilt. If they go full tilt, they could tilt the world into a depression. They've not. So, and America woke them up to that truth. This is the thing about waking a sleeping giant up. Like the way they woke the Japanese woke the Chinese up. And they are very, very clever with us. They don't want to wake us up. And they mistakenly gone and that's why a lot of them are angry with Trump. Even his military top brass knew this was a dangerous game he's playing. Because if he goes and if he says he wants to kill Iran now, that okay, for do or die, you are not going to be world power, I'm going to destroy you. If he does that, China will become superpower the next day. Because Iran will hold them there and bite them and say, we are all going to die here together. Because Iran is a mountainous country. What are you going to use to kill them? You are going to have to use nuclear weapons. You can't win that war the way they are going about it. And the best thing Trump could have negotiated was talk to them right now. Whatever they offer you that doesn't come across as massive humiliation, there will be humiliation, make no mistake. That is better than going all tilt to go and fight Iran in that country. Because when you do that, the consequence of that could be very far-reaching, because they will not win and they will get desperate, and one of them, either Israel or America, will go nuclear. If you go nuclear, guess what? Some countries are already threatening retaliation if they do that. So this is the escalation trap that one of the professors that study these things was talking about, that Trump is at risk of falling into the escalation trap that will never end. And you can't, there's a reason why Iran has endured so long. The land is full of mountains. How do you fight there? It's a very, very difficult place. And Iran is also bigger than Iraq. I think 2 to 3 or 4 times over. You want to go there and fight? Imagine, and Iraq beat America in hell. And you want to go into Iran to go and fight. If America does that, that's the end of their empire. Because Iran is going to go full tilt on the Gulf state, destroy that one. The world economy is going to go into a tailspin, and America is going to get drawn into that. This thing could go crazy, completely crazy. All because of what? Israel won't allow another country to become hegemony in that area. Because truly, if you think about it, if Iran falls, Israel becomes a massive superpower. Because Israel has the ace on all the Gulf states, and all the Gulf states are rich in oil. Israel becomes a massive superpower, and Iran is in its way, and that's why they want Iran out. But it turns out that Iran is not a country you can destroy like that without putting the whole world in danger. So I think Iran is going to emerge from this conflict as a major power in the world. Maybe not necessarily a superpower in the key terms, if you want to measure all the metrics, because after all, India is there. But it's going to emerge a major power because they've now discovered their power in this world. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So, KJ, I think you're next. Or did you speak? I'm getting tired. Okay, go ahead, KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. Mark my word. And being sincere here, mark my word. Iran will come out worse off from this war. Anybody who is deceiving Iran to think that they are going to win or become whatever power they think they can is deceiving themselves. Great deception. And if I was a leader in Iran, that's where I would stand. I'd tell them, look, let's pack up this thing and face our people, provide good governance and good governance for our people. That's why that's why will be my target. By the way, it's against international law for any country to block any international gateway, water that's any strip at all in the world. is against international law. So what some media, I see some people say, Iran is now back in control. It's against the law. It was not even in their control before. They were not controlling it before. It was a normal way that everybody passes. The only thing is that there's high risk. That's why people like the Lloyds of England was the key insurer for ships that pass along that way. But having said that, like I said on this platform many times, I don't want to dive into those. I leave that topic for Ovie. I don't want to dive into it. All I can say, and I want to say, is this. You see, as a Christian, we don't think that President Trump, we're not here to gauge whether his Christianity is up to standard or not. That we're not. Nobody is God. I can't come and look at Rudolph and say you're not Christian enough for me to discuss with you. No, that's wrong. He is a personal walk with him and his Creator. Let them decide whether he's doing what God has created him to do or not. That's not for me. And then I see some people writing also. I know Paula White. Okay, I know Paula White as far back as 2020. When did I live? About 2000 and 2000. That's when I started following Paula White's, preaching. So somebody I can say I know. Yeah, I may not agree with some of the messages I preach, which happens with almost every other person. But it's not somebody to say she's fake or she's no. I won't say that. I will say rather that like every one person, some of those people who work in government places who are in this order, sometimes they dance, to the tune of those who have put them, given another opportunity. And in such a situation, this is what that young lady finds herself to do. Having said that, should I, you see, let's not discuss what's going on in terms of just looking at this, this American thing and all that. No, it's not only, because just like, President Trump said, 20% of the oil that passes through that strait, America can equally ignore it because they're not even passing through that place. So it's not even a question of America, so per se. Okay? So, but the situation now is this, and I've said this many times. I don't want to go. I'm trying as much as possible to not go into discussing this into total. The situation for me, even yesterday I had a meeting in the church and I told them this is my situation. I'm thinking. What am I thinking? People should stop dying. That's all I'm thinking about. Listen, at the end of the day, we all come back to the table to discuss. And anybody who's saying, yes, Iran has been around for over 400 years. Okay? They're one of the oldest, what do you call it now? Region in the world. Yes, thank you. Oldest civilization. We know that. That's the truth. And so there are certain things they know we don't know. That's, I was speaking to a Iranian friend of mine. He said, look, there are certain things we know people don't know. I agree. But do we want those certain things that people know now that we don't know? Those people who have that knowledge to be wiped off without passing that knowledge away? There's no way Iran can take on America. Like it or leave it. That's the truth. Whilst the 2 weeks ceasefire was going on, America was busy amassing, putting things in position that can make them, if they say go, tomorrow they will go. How are you going to do that? Let's face the fact. How are you going to do that?
They don't have to beat America. They just have to make sure America doesn't win.
I didn't talk
That's
while you're
all.
talking. Let me talk. I reclaim my time.
I think I'm just helping you
I
analyze
reclaim my
it
time.
better. I'm just providing you. They don't have to beat America. That's all.
I reclaim my time.
Your time is actually up.
But why see, I would have finished what I wanted to say if you didn't speak. I think you see now.
I have a question for you when you are done.
Okay, let me answer it.
If you go ahead.
So, I'm trying to find the right. Okay,
no, just say it. I won't take offense.
Your tomato question.
Are you still supporting Trump? Yes or no?
No, I see. That's the thing. You see, Rudolph.
No, yes or no?
I've never been a supporter. Let me tell you something.
You say yes or no question. Are you still supporting Trump?
listen. Listen.
No, KJ, don't
I've
worry. If you're
never
not
been
gonna
a
answer
supporter
yes or
of
no,
Trump.
don't worry. Because
All
you
I'm
know,
saying is this. What I said
KJ,
in my
listen,
argument
KJ,
is that the 70
KJ,
million people who voted for
hold on. I don't
him
need
are
explanation.
Americans.
I don't need
Okay.
explanation. I only ask you a simple question. Are you supporting Trump? Yes or no? Because what I don't like is when people, excuse me?
In what aspect am I supporting Trump? What are you saying?
Generally, because you've been a supporter of Trump.
His ideology.
During his campaign, you and your group, you know, no, you no longer support him. Okay.
I have never said on this platform that I supported anybody. I've never said that.
KJ, no, you
are putting words in my mouth. And he started with forefather. And forefather is laughing now. You started pushing that agenda.
No, KJ, but that's true though. That's true. Let me tell you, my mom is a big supporter of Trump. My mother,
yes, but I'm not.
She voted for Trump. Hold on, and I don't have anything against it. But what I don't understand is that you criticize Tinubu, right? But you all come here and praise Trump. There is no business. Trump does not have no business starting this war with Iran. We understand that, and this is gonna define Trump's presidency. Trump is choked. The only problem he has now is how to pull out of Iran, so that he doesn't look silly or stupid or ashamed. It's pride that is holding him. Trump
okay, I thought you were going to ask a question, but this is your commentary, so I will leave you. It's your commentary now. I will leave it to you.
I love you, but you see this one.
Listen to me.
He's holding Trump by neck, like he's strangling Trump. But Trump doesn't know how to pull out.
I want to tell you,
American economy is thinking, whether you like it or not. America is spending at least $1 billion every day. Imagine putting this money in healthcare. Imagine putting this money in economy. See, if anybody's supporting, criticizing Tinubu and supporting Trump, I just look at the person, because you can't tell me just because in America, or is it because of religion you are supporting Trump?
No, you are
dying in Iran. Are they not children? Are they not God's children? Come on now.
Unfortunately, if you are not allowing me put the
I ask you a simple question. I don't need all this explanation. I say yes or no question.
That question you're asking me has nothing to do with what we're discussing now.
I will say no. If I ask Papido, are you supporting Trump? You say yes or no question. All this explanation is not necessary. Anyway, thank you.
Right.
Can I say something, Rudolph?
Yeah, round up.
All the questions you have asked me has nothing to do with what's going on now. And I want to, when I'm discussing, I put things in boxes, in windows. Now, whatever is going on right now with Iran and America has nothing to do with elections or whatever he's doing. And I want to say this, and some people come to this place and they say this thing that you just said, that America is looking for way to pull out. America is too big for that kind of thing.
No, can't you guys get it? Let me tell you something. Russia is too big for Ukraine. Look at, there's still almost 4 years, they're still fighting Ukraine.
Hold on.
Before they started, everybody, America, they were all panicking that they're going to swallow Ukraine under 1 week. It's going to 4 years. They're still fighting.
Hold on. No, you're not being told the truth. You're not being told the truth about Ukraine. Now, let me say this again. You cannot expect a country that is 250 years old to walk into a trap, because these people are more strategic than we think. There's no way.
They should have known this before they started this war. They did not plan it. They didn't think about it. Come on now, to KJ.
Let me land. You see, even me, when they run small family, I don't just I don't get into the supermarket and I see something that I just pull money and begin to buy. Then if you take that and just oppose somebody running a nation that have experts even in that Iran kind of government, they have more information than we have. That's the truth. And I repeat myself, they have more information than any single one of us here have and know, and how whether it's going well for them or not. But time will tell. That's why I will leave it.
Trump did not calculate. I don't think he consulted other generals before he invaded Iran.
He's not going to be the only one now.
Excuse me?
He cannot be the only one taking decision by himself. Can't be.
But that's what I'm saying. He didn't plan. He didn't even plan it well. He didn't give it a second thought very well. He just thought he's gonna do the same thing he did in Venezuela. But unfortunately, like I said, it's choking him now. Okay, look at
right.
small Iran. Let me not say small. Look at what Iran is doing to America. Isn't that a shameful thing?
All right. Thank you, Ife. Thank you, KJ. Before we go to Saxonia, let me remind viewers at this point that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to welcome back to the show Dr. Chido Onoma. Most of you may not know him. Dr. Chido Onoma was
that's a partner.
My co-host.
Yeah, from the beginning.
Co-founder of 90 Minutes Africa. He was with us for 4 months and disappeared. That was 4 years ago. So we're going to find out why tomorrow. So if you can join us on 90 Minutes Africa tomorrow at 1:30 New York time, 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, we will talk to him. He recently had
doctor, no Canadian time. No Canadian time.
they should find it.
Because back then he used to call Canadian time when he's on the show.
Yeah. If people from Canada should know what it means from the American time. But he will come here tomorrow. He had his 60th birthday last week, and it was something else at the Yaradua Center. So we saw him hanging out with National Security Advisor, so many people that we want to know why. All right, so that will be tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. All right, let's go on. I have somewhere I have to be, so in another 20 minutes, I have to leave. Saxonia, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Appreciated, Ife, that you actually went for his jugular, because that was actually the positions I wanted to ask him. Isn't it hypocritical of KJ that the topic is about Trump proclaiming himself as God, which you guys say Jesus is God. So if you're saying that Jesus is God, Trump is now telling you that he's your creator, he's your Alpha and Omega, he's the one that was in Mary's womb, the Virgin Mary, and you couldn't even bring yourself to condemn it. Instead, you skirted around the issue and you felt more comfortable talking about what was going on in Iran. That right there shows how hypocritical you are.
No, I'm not hypocritical. I'm not hypocritical, my friend. I just said
no, you are hypocritical. You're my man, but you are hypocritical.
It doesn't mean that Trump. It doesn't mean that Trump is Jesus Christ. I have always said on this channel that Jesus is not a white man. He's a black guy. If you want to know the truth, so we don't play about that picture, man. He doesn't tell us that is Christ. You understand what I'm saying? Okay.
I get it.
Is that not blaspheming? Is that not blaspheming, KJ?
Exactly. Like, no, that's blasphemy right there.
Yeah, many times before, and I'm not going to repeat myself. I've said, Rudolph knows that. I've said there many times. Christ is not a white guy. He's a black guy. He's black. I've said there many times. The Bible describes who he is. If you want,
why do they keep putting him in white then?
Does the color even matter, whether white or black?
Why do they keep putting him in white, including in Nigeria, in your church?
You are making a mistake. For you seem to think you know, but you don't know.
Why do they keep making him in white if he's black?
You say you're not a Christian, and see, you're so concerned about.
You say you don't support Trump, but you support Trump.
What's your
you just keep talking from both sides.
You don't be Christian. Leave the things alone for the Christian.
Not white, but you portray him in white. You say you
don't be Christian. Leave out for Christians to decide what.
You can't be on both sides.
Okay,
guys. On everything.
The leaders of the platform they are fighting. They cannot keep order.
He says they don't portray Jesus as white, and Jesus is not white. But yet, every time people will bring a picture of Jesus is white. What kind of statement is that? Then you support Trump every time. Then when they ask you whether I support Trump, now you say you don't. Like, just pick a side. And so I can be able to define. You can't be on both sides all the time.
Okay, guys, let's get back to the conversation.
Right, and you know, all of a sudden you remembered about international law, and I'm glad again that Ife brought that up, because you remember international law when it's concerning the United States and Iran controlling the Straits. But she asked you a very pertinent question that you again skirted around. She asked you, What about the kids that were being killed? You've never condemned it on him, ever. See what I'm
I don't know
saying?
why you have just to pick on me. Just leave me alone.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. And I want to answer you. The reason why even Trump tweeted that was if you followed his tweets, you will see that he said you should tell the Pope that about 44,000 people were just massacred the other day, and he didn't talk about it. Now,
that's also propaganda. But let me take my time. Please.
You want to take your time? So stop calling me, man. Stop calling me.
I mean, let me just speak. All right. So you all of a sudden you remember international law, and I'm glad Ify brought it up. Like, so what about the kids? And again, you skirted around that. You started talking about the greatness of the U.S. military. What is good for the gander? What is good for the goose is good for the gander. This is one of your favorite sayings. And at some point, KJ, we need to start speaking truth to power. Donald Trump, let's remember where this war started. This war ain't nothing but a distraction from the Epstein files. This is nothing but a distraction from pedophiles, from cannibals, from rapists, child molesters, and sexual predators. This is all it is, and they're willing to let people die. And they can only let people die, and all this conduct can go on, and Donald Trump can inadvertently, indirectly threaten nuclear annihilation of a 7,000, by the way, it's not 400 years. Iran is a 7,000-year-old civilization. Donald Trump can actually do this and threaten them because he has supporters like yourself. Rudolph, let's not forget that Donald Trump has told us on numerous occasions, at least on 2 occasions on video, that he's not Christian. He said it. In fact, there are reports that just like his daughter was converted by Jared Kushner into Judaism, there are reports that Donald Trump is actually a Jew. He has told you he's not Christian. He has gone out of his way to hold the Bible upside down. They show you this symbolism. During his inauguration, his own son was holding up the Illuminati sign. His sister had to hit his hand, like, yo, stop it. So they're open with these things. But then they believe that they have willfully ignorant people that support them, and they will continue to do this. Now, on to Iran. There was never a ceasefire. If you remember, if you were on here, I told forefathers, I said it's just a pause. And it's a pause because all the parties were tired of fighting, at least the United States and Iran. And what they did is they started replenishing their nuclear, their weaponry, their stock of ammunition. Is America going to go into Iran now using a ground force? I wouldn't put it past Donald Trump, because they are doing everything in their power to scuttle what we thought, what both of the world thought was a ceasefire. If you recall, if you were following the Islamabad peace talks, Donald Trump had basically agreed to the 10-point plan that Iran presented. And both sides had come out and said, yeah, we think things are moving forward. By tomorrow, we should have something going. But then reports came out that there were several times during the meeting, J.D. Vance was going to make calls supposedly to Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was not happy about the deal, and it all scuttled, and this is where we find ourselves today. So maybe by next week we'll find out if they're going to be body bags coming to the United States, a la Vietnam, or is America just going to take the off-ramp that it has right now, its tail between its legs, and come back to the United States? Because anything else will not only be disastrous for the world, or for the United States, it'll be disastrous for the world.
All right, thank you, Saxonia. I know we have Paul and Ovie and Ify. Well, let me bring in Janaba. I've not seen him for a long time, and you guys may not know this. I know Janaba before all of you.
Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you,
Is
Rudy,
the
for
as a pastor, is the closest person to Pope here. So
Yes, exactly.
But
And
Papujo Kana, you are doing favoritism because you know him. Yeah, you have given him, you have taken my time and given it
yeah,
to him. I'm just messing.
Doctor, remember when John
Don't
Abbas
mind,
they
I'm
run
just
from your
messing with you.
apartment,
It's not
enter
that
your
serious.
apartment for New York? You remember that?
I
John Abbas
remember.
bring rats to your apartment too.
if you will get special seat for house, see they complain. You see?
thank you, Rudy, for having me. It's always a
John,
pleasure.
sorry, I'm just joking.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's always a pleasure. I watch you all the time, but sometimes I get tired of I don't join live. Even from the beginning of this show, I was with you throughout. It's when the show Donald Trump, the way he appeared, AI generated, and I came in to support him. The whole game is an ideology, and the war, even itself, is a war of ideology. So, and the notions that is wrong, that is backlashing with his base, is because the base want the ideology to continue. And if he presented himself like that, that opens some people's eyes to see it from where they claim. Remember, if you watch Trump, he says he's not even going to heaven in his own word. He says he doesn't think there is anything called heaven like that. So Trump is right. This is what the world is all about. KJ talk about it's against the law of blocking the sea or the high sea, but it's not against the law to kill a nation president or the supreme leader of a nation. It's not against the law to even use the loophole in the system of American Constitution. The war is supposed to be declared by the Congress, but all of them have used it from Obama. All of them will say it's imminent threat. So if they claim like that, which means they have 48 hours to notify the House. So the whole shenanigan, it's only black people, we are the ones left behind. We refuse to chart our part of our ideology, of who and what work. We always, it's either we are a Christian or we are a Muslim, but we refuse. And sometimes we're even ashamed that to be who we are and what have worked for us. We never want to chat our path forward. We always say, there's someone that said to me on this platform, oh, you don't sound like a Christian or like a pastor. But Okafor that have 5 children, 15 women pregnated in his own church, he's a pastor more than me. He's from your village. So I don't understand that. So the world is telling us through the media, and thank God for people like Rudolph Okonkwo and all of you uh, on our politics and everyone that come here once in a while. But then let us speak truth. The best way we know, but the truth is that this is what it is. Power only belongs to most powerful, and they exercise it the way they chooses to do it. It's unquestionable. When they backlash, you backlash because they don't want you to know the truth. It's not that they don't know it. And the other thing is, I'll briefly talk about it. It's about this David O'Dane and the Benway guy. Um, well, I understand that some of you said O'Dane was rude, but power, knowledge. Uh, the Bible even say they say in more knowledge there is pain. In wisdom, there is pain. When you know what I know, or I know something that you don't know, and you are arguing it in a way, it hurts me. And I don't even know how Rudolph sit down here. If you God give you a special grace, maybe the God of your land. Because when you know something and you know that you know, and somebody is telling you something else, it's not easy to say, oh, I'm rude, I'm not, because you're going to boil up. And if, especially when life is involved, especially when you, whether you know it or you don't know it. The guy went to university. You see, several times he come here, I don't appear here. It's not because of anything. I choose not to because I'm contrary to whatever he's preaching. You should know his father. Why did he go to this election?
in Nigeria. It's like now you're sending Tinubu to lose 2027. Why? Person was outsider. He came in, then he come in, then you remove him. Who does that? Who does that? so, and now, see, I think we're withdrawing because, nothing is going to happen. If not, you think if I think we know there is a pathway to Aso Rock, it's going to say Peter Obi should be the flag bearer of the ADC. So all this game in this world, I spoke about you the other day. What triggered me about you, Rudolph, is your humanity, regardless of whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you are white or black. You want life you don't want to see suffering, especially when it comes to humanity. And that is the big heart you come from. Unfortunately, power doesn't play like that, and power doesn't apologize. Thank you for having me, brother.
All right. Thank you, John Abba.
Thank you. You saw me. I think I'm the one left.
No, you're not. Paul is.
Obvious.
I
heard John Abba.
No, I'm not speaking. I'll not speak on this one.
Paul is here to speak on this topic. Paul, go ahead.
Dr. John. Before Oviedo, I'm pretty sure Oviedo.
You don't start like Uche. Dr. John Abba don't know that you argue a lot, you fight a lot. But coincidentally, you just fight like my father. My father only argue when he's reading newspaper and see somebody make mistake, typographic error. He fight, he complain. But he does not talk when people speak bad English. You understand? So that they won't say he's rude. So when doctor is reading, that's where you see fault. But if people are talking, it's so quiet like Jehovah's Witness. Talking about this Trump, doctor, it's just funny. Let me try to deviate. I think I've been a little bit controversial since last week. Let me just try to deviate. Sometimes when I see my Nigerian people will do certain things, it's just kind of funny with me. You see, Catholic in Nigeria, they use rosaries. I grew up in a neighborhood community. You see these people, when they buy a car, they put rosary in their car. They have one in their pocket. They have in their office. They have everywhere. They use it to pray. Sometimes they put their cross and everything. You see the Islam people also have that tesibule. They put it in their business for protection. They put it in their car. They put it in their house, the door in their house, and just like the Catholic. Then you see the traditionalists do that thing. Our mama go say, no enter the house. So they put juju for front of the house. No enter that store. They put juju for front of the store. Is it not funny? Just symbol of what you believe. But when one do it, the other one complain. You understand? The person who do it for good place. Like I always use the same thing. 3 people, I am black, OVA is brown, AY is white. If I take my son, 3 of us take our son to the park, my son want to play with OVA son who is white. I call him back. I just say, I don't want no trouble. I'm not racist. AY do the same thing. Call his son back. Want to play with OVA son who is white. Call him back. You don't want racist. But if OVA call his son back first, me and AY will say, OVA is racist. Racist. Don't want to begin. Children can only be children. These are the things we do. What we worship, we believe it. So the way we join issues with these people is kind of funny with me. And the way we try to protect when they also go the contrary, it's kind of, very many Americans also say the same thing. This is blasphemy because 2,000 years, Christians and Muslims are arguing Christ. You understand? Christ, to Christians, they say he's Son of God. To Muslims, the Islam, they say he's messenger of God. You understand? We call him God. In fact, even in our Bible, we say without Christ, you cannot get God. You cannot see God. So we criticize. So when we see this type of thing, I am expecting the Islam man to say there's no big deal there because he's just messenger of God. But I'm expecting my fellow Christian people who have been arguing with my Islam people that is Son of God to criticize Trump that this one, I think you get it wrong. You didn't do a good work when it comes to this one. And the Supreme Book, when he's arguing with the Pope, what do you expect the Pope? They attack the former Pope because they don't know no better. They just think, oh, some man from Argentina and everything. This is an American. You understand? His doctrine, his constitution, his role is to preach peace all around the world. That's exactly what he's doing. He preach peace and everything. So if Trump is trying to attack somebody who is preaching peace and everything, Then he's changing his math, KJ, like you said, and everything. Under how many days? Trump called 5. Oh, they keep 32,000. Oh, they keep 34,000. Oh, they keep 44,000. He keep changing by the day and everything. Now they want to keep 4 people that protest again. He say, go and ask the Pope. The Pope support it and everything. This is not how to go. You can support your base, but your base can get it wrong. I can be that smart child in school, but struggle with one subject. When I come back with my result, my father can praise me, but still say, young man, you got to work hard. You can do it with this subject. You didn't do very well with this subject. But when we try to protect everything that people do because they happen to our base, we are not helping them. That's how I say it. You are not helping them. In life, you have your area of strength and your area of weakness. And your area of weakness, this is where people who love you, people who believe you can do it, will come in to find a way to help you. Maybe give you the best coach, the best teacher, whatever way, find a way to help you. But when we think we want to protect that thing because it's our base and everything, you are not helping the person. Good. Look, the Adeboyos of this world, the Oyedipo of this world, these pastors, many of them, they all started good. But when we started defending them, we started taking up their fight, even when they are so ashamed. When some of this scandal comes out and they don't even know how to manage it, we protect them and everything. Then they feel, I don't even need to fight. People will carry my fight. Then they start misbehaving. They start seeing themselves like God. We've protested in America for this second term of Trump several times, no King's Day. And Trump is moving now from king to God. That's so alarming. Please support your base. But when they get it wrong, pick their flaws.
Rudolph,
Go ahead.
Not you, Rudolph.
Okay.
Rudolph, do you know that the Pope is the head of state and runs the country? You know that?
Yes, it's a political leader. Yes.
For another political leader to comment and make his own this thing against what the leader of another country has said, is there anything wrong there?
No, nobody's saying that.
So let's call.
No, there is something absolutely wrong.
Rudolph, I didn't make any sense. I only asked Rudolph a question and I finished.
Well, it doesn't matter. He insulted the religious leader of 2 billion people, KJ, and these people are your brothers in Christ, and they are also brothers to the Muslims, maybe not to the Jews. Let's be real. Let's pretend it was a Muslim that dressed himself, which I don't see a Muslim doing because it is against Islamic doctrine. But let's pretend a Muslim dressed himself and acted the same way Trump did. You will be on Dr. Damages crying for the next 10 episodes.
I'm sorry, you're making a mistake. I asked Rudolph a question. I didn't ask you a question.
But now you're trying to frame him like a political leader. He's a religious leader, KJ. And let's understand that first.
Your brother in Nigeria just put a picture of Jesus like a frog on the cross. We're not.
Which is wrong. I haven't seen it, but like I said, it is condemnable. It is wrong. It is wrong. So I think everybody can. That's blasphemy. Everybody can pick that up. But you cannot even bring yourself to condemn the fact that someone was making fun of Jesus. How does that make you?
KJ, the Pope is the head of the Vatican. That is an administrative part of it. It's just an administrative part, but it's the head of religion. That's what he's doing.
Okay. So, sometimes when we talk here, I laugh and I keep quiet because we discussed this in class on Thursday. This is the first tweet that people had issue with. Look at the first line. Pope Leo is weak on crime. Nobody's even saying don't criticize the Pope and don't take issues with him, but it's about what you're saying. Pope Leo is weak on crime. Terrible for foreign policy. What crime? Is Pope running the United States?
Okay, let me tell you what.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me also refer to you because you have the platform. I'm bringing up this. The Pope himself went to Algeria, and after going into a mosque, finished signing. You know what he said? He said, "You Christians should be what? Should live in peace with your Muslim neighbors. Are we the ones who are bringing the problems of the world? Is there any
the right thing to say
group in the world that are Christians that is being run by Christian militias?" So this is what the Christians are after, and this is what the people who felt that what he said was wrong. We said, why didn't he tell the people who he signed the agreement, whatever agreement it was that he signed with them, to say, tell your people to live in peace with their Christian brothers? Why turn to Christians and say, live in peace with your Muslim brothers? Why say that? That is what we are referring to, and that's, I think, what it meant.
Thank you, KJ. The Pope was still in Rome before Trump posted this. I don't know what you are referring to, but I have not followed the travel across Africa. But I know that he's been responding to Trump while he was traveling in Africa. But this thing was posted when the Pope was still in Rome before the travel. So, but Trump was not reacting to whatever the Pope said in Algeria or Angola or in Cameroon. I don't know what he said. But anyway, the point is that why people took issues with Trump was not that he was talking about the Pope. You can talk about anybody you want to talk about, but what he was saying and whether it made sense. There was a line in this, I can read through very well, where he was saying that the fact that he was actually a Pope, made a Pope, was because the Catholic Church was just trying to find a way to deal with him. That if he was not president, that the cardinals would have voted for somebody else to be Pope. So it's not about nobody's saying that Trump should not talk about the Pope or the Catholic policy, anything he wanted to, but anybody that read this and this, I'm talking about people who are followers of Trump. They read this and they say, look, this is not right for the president of the United States to be talking about this way. That's the point. I'm not. All right, we have to round up. Okay,
Doctor, please, 30 seconds. Let me be biased a little bit. Something some of us don't know about the Vatican. So we have EU. If you got a visa, if you got an EU visa, that visa can take you to 27 countries in Europe. Most of this, the Western country, where they are doing very, very well. Do you know Nigerians, Africans that migrate through Libya, whatever place, to Italy? Back then, the way it used to be in EU country, if you have work authorization in one country, you can use it to work for the whole 27 country. Even when Brexit, when there was no Brexit, you can go to the UK and work. He was this Catholic that keep fighting. You understand? Don't forget the poor among us. Nobody like to leave their loved ones. Many of European countries like the Germany, Switzerland, countries that are doing well, if you have a work authorization in Italy, you can't even use it to work in some other places and then for that thing. These Catholics, they are helping us. Like they bring education that make my father could be privileged to go to school for free. They are still doing some of those things. I'm talking from the place of bias, how they help the weakness of us. Some of us who flown to this country, we don't know the importance where people put their life on harm's way to cross through the Mediterranean Sea to travel down to Europe just to live, to survive. These people keep fighting the government, keep helping. By the day, refugee, they leave, government give them free house and every other thing. These are the good work that this religion is doing. These are the things we don't see in certain religion in our country that makes some of us could not even fear what we call pastors today. We'll talk back at our pastor because we don't see what they give back and every other thing. So we should be careful when we try to talk to this kind of religion. You understand? That have over 2 billion. The Pope is just doing an administrative work in the Vatican. It's still technically Italy. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
But that's not correct. Sorry, that's not. The Vatican City is a country. The Pope is the head of state of a country. It's not a part of
the Vatican. It's Italian. Italy supports them.
He has ambassadors all over the world.
They have an ambassador for their thing. If it is a country.
Hold on. The Pope is a political head and a religious leader. It's not subject to
If you call it country, can you show me their passports? Can you show me their member as a United Nations member?
Go and check. Go and fact check me.
No, I don't want to check. I'm asking you. I don't want to.
He's not an administrator.
He's the head of state. I don't know. You know.
He's the head of state. I'm telling you.
No, if you said you know, show me their passport.
Hold on. Let's just help you. The Vatican is one of the seas. There are 7 seas in the world that controls the International Monetary Fund. The Vatican is one of them. So let's not go there. There's more information we're not putting.
Is the Vatican a country?
They have their currency, they have their ambassadors, they have their police, they have their state. This thing. What are you saying?
The Vatican is a country. It's the smallest country in the world.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Paul is a country. There's not the question about that, but that's not the. Anyway, let's round up. I'm so sorry, I have to go somewhere.
Doctor, I would like to know more. This Vatican thing, please. I know they call it country. The Vatican is a country with border, with customs and immigration. Like you can fly to the Vatican.
Yeah.
I'm asking this question.
Well, because
yes.
it's under inside Italy. You can't really fly into the Vatican without getting into Italy.
That's what I'm asking.
They have a passport and everything. They have the ambassador to everywhere. So anyway, but let's move on.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, it's a country.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, you live, you learn.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, let's move on to history. Paul said Catholic people during what's going on in Europe said that don't leave the poor behind. Yes, you are right. Even when they asked the current Pope why he chose Leo, why he chose Francis after the Leo the 13th, he said, because the people need a protector. The poor need a protector. Now, to understand behind the memes, the tweets, the godlike and everything that is going on, to actually understand it, we have to go back to the American experience. Yes, during the late 1700s, two events happened that shaped the world that we are seeing today. The American Revolution of 1876 and the French Revolution of 1776 and that of French of 1789. That American Revolution produced a profound document that is universalistic in nature. In that document, where Thomas Jefferson alluded that all men are created equal and endowed with inalienable rights. It wasn't just talking about the likes of Dr. Damaging as a New Yorker or if he as a Georgia. No, it's talking about the human family, that we are one and we deserve and possess all these rights. Now, the implication of that in that document is that those people who are universalistic in inclined nature, it gives them what they call the crusader impulse, which that anybody that believes that universality of universality of the human race has believed that the US has a responsibility and obligation to protect those rights everywhere they go, which is where the Pope belongs to. It belongs to that idea of the universality idea of the American document. Now, underneath that too, you have to also understand it's also a nationalist document, the American First, where the Trump also represents. And the logic behind that is that a nation, they believe that nationalism is the idea that the world is divided into distinct tribes and nations. That they are on their own state. They emphasize us than them. So if you pay attention to the Trump, even from the days of liberation with the tariff, the emphasis is American first. To close border, the idea that a nation state should come first before the idea that everybody in the world is the same, which stood against what the Pope is fighting for. And you have to also go back to the Pope 13 during the early days of the tariffs of McKinley. It also pushed against what the nation states were doing then, where encouraged the labor unionism and all that to fight back the industrial revolution that was happening then, which subjected many people in the labor force to pretty much nothing. They work pretty much all the day, nothing to show for it, which is exactly what this Pope is also pushing against with what the AI revolution is going to bring. So if you understand it from those two principal ideas, that's where they always compete from. So the Americans who believe that everybody in the world deserves that right, and they will push it by every means necessary. But again, where the argument that the Vatican is a state and is a country is true. So when push comes to shove, when these two distinct ideologies faced problem, which is like the one they faced during the USSR as a communism, they went underground and worked together, even as in the fight in public, which is what is responsible for the name I use, Operation Gladio. It's a secret pretty much operation whereby they carry out covert operation. If any country is drifting toward towards the Western USSR, they take him out. Vatican City, the Vatican itself serves as a special purpose vehicle. Nigeria, they launder money through, both illegal money, drugs money, and up to date. And their operation is kept secret. They don't document the operation of the bank in Vatican. They delete everything. Who can do transaction, who can carry money, nobody knows. So there is a reason why that Pope is speaking from the way he's speaking from. So he represents that universality idea that he should speak for every human. That's why he's always attacking, going after open border. Every labor should be protected. Every man should be protected. But again, Trump has the responsibility to stand in the other team that said America first, which they claim that that's what the document represents. So that's what you see happening. So to have the complete comprehensive of it, you have to actually go back to that history, the activities that shape us to where we are today.
All right, thank you, Ovie. AY, I'm waiting for you to speak, then I will take my leave.
I'm the last one.
No, you're not the last. There's still.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually, part of the reason I joined, I heard if he asking Uncle KJ if he was supporting Trump. KJ was denying his savior. Oga KJ, Ogini.
Denying his savior.
Or KJ, Ogini. Sincerely, I don't want to go into KJ bad book today. I want to be a good guy. But we need to learn to stay off fact. You see, me, issue of Trump, I don't even discuss it again. The only thing that surprised me on this issue is when people, especially 3 people on this platform, one was even pretending to be reading that, oh, American economic numbers are very good. What are you talking about? I heard if he talking to the guy, Dandy. I don't want to mention him today. I want to be a good guy. If he said, no, don't say that. What are you talking about? Listen. If you had actually criticized Tinubu and defended Trump, I don't want to use the word. Let me just be nice. Look into the mirror. Something is wrong. I swear something is wrong. For that reason, people that were really propagating these issues, sincerely, you lost my respect. Because I don't see, because when you criticize Tinubu and when you come up with the issue, with the fact, they tell you, oh, everybody have sentiment, everybody. Okay, let Tinubu do the damage he's doing in Nigeria. When he finish, you go take over and do yours. It's as simple. We have to stay in one place. You can't use the same brush for everybody. This was my only issue. That is why I kept calling a lot of you out. It's not that I don't have personal issue with anybody. But when you are doing that double standard, it's a problem to me. I will call you out. Now, here is it. You see, any sane human being listening to Trump, the past tweet in the past 2 weeks, his interviews, and you see supporting this man, I think there is something wrong. But luckily, even the core MAGA leaders, they are avoiding him now. We know them. The core MAGA leaders are avoiding this guy. Republicans, some of the top Republicans, even Congress people, they are avoiding Trump. But I don't really understand. Yeah, maybe he just, I don't know what he promised the world. Probably he said it check to you, MAGA. Please, if they are said it to you, please, you can say some to me too. Because if you, luckily, a lot of us live in America, the country is in a mess. You know the price of goods, you know the price of gas, you know the price of everything. Let me say this important thing. Let me give you what's going on. Today, part of Trump negotiation is to unfreeze Iranian asset worth $20 billion. If you go back to GCPOA, Obama signed with Iran. Do you know what was the agreement? The agreement was to unfreeze $20 billion Iranian asset, and Iran stopped enriching uranium. Trump went into office, he tore up the agreement. Today, he has spent over $50 billion in in an unnecessary war, kill hundreds of American soldiers, injure thousands of American soldiers, kill close to 200 school kids, kill close to 200. Today is negotiating with Iran to unfreeze 20 billion assets and let them have fun. How dumb can you be? Sincerely, I will take word of Kando. It's not here today. When during the campaign, he said, I know this guy. It's don't waste your time. Discussing Trump is a waste of time. But if you are supporting him, good luck. May God give you president like Trump in your country, because you cannot say you want good in Africa, in Nigeria. You are coming here to defend this man. Just pretend you don't know what he's doing. Yeah, maybe you follow him to FC Island and have fun. It's okay. I will not talk more than that. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, LY. Ife, relax.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't hate Trump. I don't hate anybody. Let me just say it. I don't hate anybody, period. But the truth of the matter is this. If we are talking about, there are so many ways you can talk about Trump and so many things you can say about Trump. We remember what Trump did to Obama, right? Imagine if Obama had done the same thing. Do you think when he was president, do you think he will complete his term? Of course, he will not. A lot of things Trump has done, has said. Imagine if another person has said that. Do you think they will still be in power? So what is it about Trump, about Jesus and all that stuff? I don't get it. You called yourself a Christian, but you started a war that you don't have no business even getting into. Okay? Every time Americans, they feel threatened. But nobody has ever fired a bomb or threw a bomb or escalated a war with you guys. There are still negotiations with the Iran people on the table. But no, Trump refused. He chose to go and start a war. And then massacred school children that are in school. And a lot of people are still coming here to support Trump. Come on now, if you call yourself a Christian. And Trump and what's his name, responded to him. The Pope responded to him. Guess what he did? He terminated the 11 million contract and the Catholic had with the government for the past 60 years. Is this not childish? Is this not childish? Anytime you challenge Trump, he will find a way. He will find a way to hurt you. No, let us be honest with ourselves. If you call yourself so-called Christian, is this what Christianity is all about? No, tell me, if you call yourself a Christian, is this what Christianity is all about? You people that are coming here, talking about the God of Israel and this, let me tell you, Israel has one of the finest and one of the best military in the whole world. When they want to defend their country, they don't call God. They go with ammunition and bombs. They are fighting Pakistan, right? Are they calling on God? No. They are fighting Lebanon, right? Are they calling on God? No. So let us stop all this propaganda and tell ourselves the truth. You're making it look as if this war is between Christians and Muslims. It's not. That's not what it is. Please. Thank you. And for those of you who are supporting Trump, but you come here to criticize Tinubu, there is no difference. Let's understand it, because we are fighting in our country. We are dealing with terrorists. And the government is not doing anything. I said it earlier, the cost of living in this country, this is the worst I've ever seen it. During the campaign, Trump said, oh, he's not going to fight any war. He's going to do this. That Kamala is the worst person that will ever contest. Blah, 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 blah. Look at where we are today. The American economy that is literally recovering from COVID. And Trump has taken us maybe 10 years back. Price of oil, gas used to be $2 something. Now it's $1 plus extra. Under how many months? You know how long it's going to take to recover from that? And you wonder and you ask yourself, how do people survive? I personally am struggling now. Imagine how other people are struggling. Thank you, Papu Doka.
Oh, okay. I think, Rudolph, I thought you.
They both have 3 wives and 5 children. Trump and Tinubu. 3 wives, 5 children. The both of them.
Some things I thought you say okay, KJ, what's your response to this?
Okay, you do that now.
It's okay.
You do that now before I leave. I hand it over.
All right.
to you.
Yes. Listen. I think I can count how many times I've spoken about the issue of Trump on this. I usually try to avoid it because I don't want to get into any emotional entanglement with anybody. Okay? And I'm certain, very sure, that I have enough discussions to do when it has to do with Nigeria than to begin to talk about America. I'm not an American, so I'm not here to defend America and their policies. But I read the policies as I see it. And like I said here many times, there are issues I will not let anybody drag me into on the public space. I will not allow you to drag me into that. Whether you think I know it or not, it's all left to you. But here is what I know. And I know that for me, I have more issues to discuss when it has to do with Nigerian issues. And what are the Nigerian issues? 744 terrorists are going to be released into the Nigerian society this week as we go in. Is there any same country in this world who would do that? Because you put them in an IDP camp for six months. And after that, they have now become repentant. And they are bringing them back into society. While they are taking them to go and resettle back in their society, that society they are taking them to go and resettle. The people who used to own that society are in the IDP camps.
Unfortunately, Israel, that's how they started the IDF.
Well, whatever you say, whether it is how Israel started or how Israel didn't start, I'm talking about the country that belongs to me. That is Nigeria. That's what's going on. And I think that's one of the worst things that anybody can do, humanity can do to anybody. Because you remove the people from their ancestral land and you give it to other people. And then you expect me to come here and begin to discuss somebody whose country and people are doing much better in every which way that we can think about it. I wouldn't do that. I think that for me, that is look, it doesn't matter what you feel. Whether some lady there is making comment, Fumi or whatever she calls herself, that I don't care. I'm not here to. I've not come to seek popularity contest. I'm not here for beauty contest or handsome contest. I'm here to give my own opinion, and I'm not forcing you. Just like you won't force me to accept what you are saying. You can lay down. Rudolph, is this platform where if you come, we must tailor ourselves to one person's argument? No. Okay. Keep your own argument. Say what you want to say, and that is it. Don't try to make me and don't. If you don't agree with what I say, simply say you don't agree. You don't have to insult me. You don't have to tell me anything, whatever you think. Because whatever you think doesn't change me, and it's going to change what I believe. Is it going to change that come Monday, those people are going to be in the streets, and what's going to happen? It's not going to change it. So is it going to change those? Is it going to bring back those people who are going for jam 2 days ago and they were all kidnapped along Makodio to Ko Road? I have more problem in my hands than discussing people who are already eating and they are satisfied and are looking for people to go and fight. I'm not putting my interest there. I read those things as news. I follow it up just for my own knowledge, not because I want to come and debate about it. So please, if you're getting it wrong, please, that's where I stand. If just in case you don't know, that's my stand. I'm more concerned about Nigeria. If Nigeria was working, I won't be here. I'll be like Mask, also enjoying myself there. That's what I prefer. That's what I prefer. I've never liked, if I wanted to be in America, I would have come when I was much younger. I didn't come here now because I came, I like the place. Nigeria is where I want to be. That's the place. Okay? That's the place. So please, if you are getting it wrong, don't get it wrong. I'm not here to support Trump or whoever. Those people are already doing well for themselves. Do you know that the economy of America doubles? The closest person coming to them is China, and America has more money twice than what they have. So what are we talking about here? I beg make una face my front too. Make I face my own.
Rudolph, the JAM registrar said that the people who were kidnapped were not students, were not JAM candidates. They were people who were going for police recruitment. That's what the JAM registrar said.
With all these things, it don't even matter.
All right. Thank you so much for that information, Tony. Let's see. So I have to go, and I will hand it over to KJ for the rant, and then we go to forefathers. KJ, yeah, you just conduct the rant with the people who are here.
Yeah, I've already done my own rant too. I'm happy that I have to do my rant.
Yeah, Masca, thank you so much. Welcome to the show. It's nice to see you. I'll give you a chance to speak, and then I will thank the people who support.
No, if you have to go, Mr. Rudolph.
I want to hear. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. All right. No, actually, I had a long conference call, so I just listened to KJ when he was trying to be smart by half and try to hoodwink everybody. I pretend he's not a Trump supporter now. That it was very funny, and I said, let me come and hold KJ's leg to fire. This one you're doing, you are not gonna escape. You were a staunch Trump supporter, and now you are pretending that your only interest is in Nigeria. We no go agree. You are see, look, you and I like Trump. It's either you are with him or you are against him. So let's know your stand now.
All right. KJ, over to you, KJ.
No. You won't bring me there. I've already
on Trump matters. It's either you are with Trump or you are against Trump.
Only those who have been disingenuous will not know that in my position, I've made it clear very many times here. You know, so I don't know. It doesn't. I don't have anything more to say.
Okay, and if you go to our storage for those,
KJ is obfuscating. Okay, he's look. You just said that no, your interest is in Nigeria, and we know that that's not true. You abandoned the Nigerian interest and ran to America. What do you say to that?
All right.
Okay, I'll allow you. Okay, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you.
Thank you, Masca. Thank you so much. Let me thank those that supported us. Real K, Chris, and Real K, Oscar Blackbone, THE. Thank you so much for your support. I think there's somebody else. Yeah. T.E. Davidson, thank you so much. All right, so like I said, tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Chido Onoma joining us. If you can, be part of it. I want to thank those that watch at home. Oh, I'm not closing the show. KJ, you do this when you close. But thank you, KJ. Thank you, Masca. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Saxonia. Thank you, AY, and everybody that came into the studio. KJ, you can take it up and then finish up, hand over to forefathers, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, like we say in the barracks, parades don't change. So now we're at quick march. If not, the slow march is over now. The band don't change. So
are we moving to military era? Let's know.
Yes. Yes. Okay, Masca, you are going to make comments, so let's take it from there. I'm only going to take the round, so I'll give Masca, because I'm not spoken, I'll give him a lengthy time to speak, and then we're already 4 hours over, 4 hours, and so forefather is going to hold the next distance, so let's do as much as quickly as possible so he can start. I'm not really in the mood to host any show, but I will just conclude it. So that, yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, KJ, so thank you for the honor, but please just direct me, because I just joined. In fact, actually, I joined simply because I hear you saying that no, your interest is in Nigeria. I say no.
No, I think you are getting it wrong. Listen, Masca, I'm one of those people who I believed that Nigeria is going to be one of the greatest countries on earth, and I worked towards that, and I gave it my best shot. But I realized that as much as I was pushing, the forces pushing against me were much more than, to the point that even truth became a problem. When you speak the truth, you are now become the one they hold to the gun. So it's a discussion for another day. Maybe on another day we'll talk about why I sojourned out of that country. But
no. Again, you are obfuscating. The issue for me is not why you left Nigeria. We know now. It's very obvious. Anybody listening to you would know the story why you had to leave. For me, the issue is you are a staunch Trump supporter.
Okay, that's what I'm. That's what forefather.
It's either you are for him or you are against him.
I'm not against anybody. I'm not against him, but I'm not for him.
Again, you
I stand
but I
on
will
it. Yes.
I will allow you to fly away.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to use a Bible scripture that you probably will be hearing for the first time. Okay, there was about to start a war, and that war was going on. Then Joshua, the high priest, met an angel standing with his sword. So he asked the angel, "Are you for me? Are you for us or are you against us?" He said, "I'm not for you. No, I'm not for the other person. I'm for the one who has sent me here. That is God. He's on the part of God. So if you're on the part of God, me and you did the same side. And that is it. That's how I will leave it. But go ahead. Now we are talking about the topic we are discussing. I brought all this is about the response of Mr. Trump to the Pope on these issues of that was going on. But you can take on any of the issues because you are just coming. You can talk about the Jagaban issue. You can talk about the ADC and the issues, or you can wait when the forefather opens his forum. Those topics again will be discussed there. Whichever one that fits you, Mr. Masker.
Okay, I think I will take. Let me take on the first one you mentioned on the Trump attacking the Pope. Look, I am a firm believer in individual thinking. Okay, that you are a Pope does not mean that everything you say, I will have to take it hook, line, and sinker, or because you're Trump, because you're the president of America. So my take, really, honestly, it's I think Pope should say what he said because that's what a Pope should do. That's the whole idea about being a Pope. And I think Trump is right by saying, no, you don't seem to get the point. This is something that has to be done. The only issue I will have, and I unfortunately cannot have it realistically, because anybody who has issue with the way Trump speaks should check himself. Because Trump, you can't take how Trump talks and make it an issue. Then you are technically just nothing but a madman. The challenge I have is that people sat down and put somebody like that in place of power. And I remembered very clearly at some point before the election, I listened to Trump, and there's this thing they call the agency problem or the agency issue, where somebody stands in front of you and pretend to you that he's going to serve or he's going to go and represent you. He will be your agent, meaning that he will go and represent your interests. But the truth is that he is not. You should see through him that he has his own agenda. But we are past that bridge. It is what it is. The man is in position of power. I respect him more for being true to his very elemental person. The people that put him in power should be the ones to blame themselves. You shouldn't expect Trump to be talking differently. If you put that kind of man in power who talks like that, what do you expect? You think he will not insult a pope? The man that is insulting dead people who died, Trump insulted them. And I don't think I will make an issue that Trump insulted a pope. The only issue I will have is that people that ordinarily you would think are cerebral enough to know that, look, there's appropriateness. Even just for the way a man speaks, it will exclude him from a certain position. But unfortunately, he's there. And so I cannot have an issue with the way he speaks. What he said is correct. Pope should remain on his lane. This is a political issue. Pope should say what he's saying, which is okay. And Trump is saying what he's saying. In my mind, it's okay. The only issue you can have is the way he's saying it. But in the end, that's how Trump has always been speaking. I mean, there is a video I saw not too long ago where he's saying that both Iran and Israel, they have been fighting, that they don't know the fuck. The man just talks anyhow. So look, I maybe because I'm not a Christian, maybe because I'm not a Catholic, but I doubt it. I believe that people should have the ability. If you are a pope, just because you spoke, that doesn't mean anything for me. If it doesn't make logical sense for me, it doesn't make logical sense.
I agree with you. Well, again, maybe because I'm not a Catholic, but I don't want to analyze that. Let me just move on.
Just for the record, like I listen more often than not. I listen to Islamic clerics, and I know that, look, this is cock and bull you are saying. It's, yeah, I'm a Muslim, but like, look, just go your place. This thing you're saying, not if I over my dead body. But it doesn't make any logical sense. No matter how much highly placed within the religion you are, it's God that gave us all the ability to think. If not, you should have just given all the pops. All right, thank you, KJ. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Forefathers, you have 2 minutes of rant, sir.
Thank you. I think consistency seems to be an issue with a lot of our people, depending on the issue they are talking about. KJ, today you have really kind of, I think, to be fair, you do that regularly. It's not new, so I'm not sure. It's just that this one seems very stark now. Somebody is dressing like Jesus. You are not, obviously, you should just be condemning the person straight up.
No, but Forefather, why are you doing this now? I have said here many times. Why are you doing this? I've said here many times that those drawings you see are not a replica of what Christ looked like. I've said it many times. I've referred you to the scripture in the Bible that talks about Christ had a brown skin. A brown skin. Why are you doing this now? Don't go back there.
Condemning Trump. Trump is doing what he's doing.
Because why I'm not condemning him
is not the color of Jesus. The issue is what Trump did. Either you are with Trump or you are against him.
What we're talking about now is the painting of the picture. That's what he's referring to.
The symbol. The symbol. What about KJ? The symbol of Christ.
Christ have no symbol.
You guys, let forefathers rant now. It's his turn. Okay. Let forefathers speak now. Let forefathers speak.
Rant.
We're ranting.
Sorry.
And since Tony has called me out multiple times, I think it's only fair I refer to him. Every week your submission is continuously disappointing me further and further, because you speak very well. You come across as somebody that someone can relate to, but at the same time you are saying these things that completely contradict reality. And this is very disturbing. I don't know why we are able to pull this off. How can we contain both positions in our head at the same time? In one side you are saying something is evil, like killing of children is evil, and then the second breath you say killing of children is okay. But you can't be like that. You have to be consistent. Evil is evil, whoever is committing it. That is how simple it is. Many of us here will sit here and justify everything Israel does, no matter what they do. No matter. You can't say, oh, no, you can't kill children. Even if you are Israel. Even if you are Christ, you can't just kill children. But no, we will not do that. We will pretend as if one side is justified to do it, the other side is not. That said, in terms of the war itself, I think the war is not going to go well for America eventually. They are going to, fight until they concede something to Iran. Iran has been blessed with the cause of war that has made them stronger for it. Do you know what Trump has done? Trump has, oh my God, he there are a lot of Iranians overseas that oppose the current government in Iran. Trump has now united the entire nation. He literally threatened to destroy the entire thing. Remember when I was sitting on this chair and I was telling people that, are you the Secretary of War of America that will tell Trump where to bomb in Nigeria? That is what those Iranians did with Trump. They invited Trump to come to attack their country. And when Trump got there, he didn't behave as if he was okay with them. No. He was there for himself. Or whoever is forcing him to go there. He threatened the entire country. To the point whereby he actually united even the people that hated the government. And that's what I call blessing with the curse. Because if that kind of stuff happens to Nigeria, for once, Nigerians will unite on something. Something will force us to realize that, okay, we are actually an entity, because this guy called us, he's going to destroy all of us. You see what I mean? So I just hope that sometimes we learn from them, we borrow their experience and enrich ourselves, because this experience is something you should learn from as somebody with intellect, and be able to, you can learn without having to experience stuff. That's the whole point of life, isn't it? You learn from other people's mistakes. You learn from other people's successes. What has just happened is a demonstration. When you invite people to attack a country, which I understand the instinct why you are doing that, but you are a man, you should know better. You should have reason. Because when you invite them to attack a country, they are not coming there for you. They don't come there to shed their own people's blood for you. That's not what they are coming there to do. They are coming there to take whatever is theirs. Whatever they feel like belongs to them, they will take it from you and they will go away. And if you are lucky, you get what you want. If you are, most of the time, you are not going to get what you want. They will decimate your country and walk away.
Your 2 minutes is long gone.
Just give me 30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds. So I'm just saying that when we try to say something, we should try to be consistent, and we should try to listen to people that say some of those things we are not very familiar with. Because we as Nigerians are too familiar with hearing things on the surface. We are not familiar with hearing things on the political scale. We are not familiar with hearing things on the macro level. And we should pay attention. Those ones are more consequential. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bumburi.
Yeah, I hope my own time starts doing slow-mo too. Goddamn,
I'm sorry.
I'm just playing. I'm playing.
Like a moving train, we can't stop him. So.
Yeah, I'm playing.
All right.
So let me try to wrap this up. Maybe I'll have to talk about it in the next show. I've spoken about this a lot of times. So this is to the person in the comment section, Akudike, when I said the IDF also started as a force by including terrorists into the force. Maybe, obviously, this is why that ideology has made them so violent today. So, in a nutshell, sir, there were 3 gangs that were causing terrorism in the Middle East at that time. Let me even let you know now that the people we call terrorists today, and I've always said this on the show, but people will get mad and shut me down. The people we call terrorists today did not get caught. They weren't terrorists. They never carried out any bombings, any suicide bombings, nothing. The original terrorists were the Jewish immigrants from Europe. All right. So there were 3 gangs. It was the Irgun, and the Haganah. From the Irgun, there was a split between one of their leaders and a guy named Avram Stern. Avram Stern went on to form the Stern Gang. The Stern Gang and the Irgun were responsible for, when you hear about the King David Hotel, when you hear about the kidnapping of British officials like Lord Moyne when he got assassinated, Lord Benedate, the UN Security chairman that was supposed to mediate the peace process between Palestine and Israel. So he was a diplomat from Sweden. They murdered him too. So Avram Stern died in 1942 or 48. Quote me on either of those days. When he died, a person, Shemer, that later became a Prime Minister of Israel, took over the gang. Later on, they incorporated all 3 gangs. Now, don't forget, Stern Gang was also involved in the bombing of the King David Hotel. They were involved in the bombing of the USS Liberty. And I mentioned that they killed different diplomats. Anybody, the same tactic that they use today, anybody that wanted to bring peace, Irgun, Stern Gang, not so much Haganah. Haganah was also a terrorist group, but they were more political. So they would kill everybody. As time went on, they became a problem in Israel. What the Israeli government decided to do was form what was called the Israeli Defense Force. First, they were called the IOF. So the original founding members of the IOF were people from the Haganah, the Stern Gang, and the Irgun. What they just did, they just took all 3 gangs, made them together, gave them uniforms, and called them the IDF. And remember, Israel doesn't have a constitution, and
They
that
also
was
went on to form a political party called the Likud Party. That is probably
not so much, not so much, not so much.
You are cutting into this rant. Right,
No. Well, you can argue that on your own time, but I'm talking about the forces themselves. What they did was form together. Israel formed them, merged them, and made them a legitimate fighting force.
Okay,
so that's to the person in the comment section that said I was lying on Israel or whatever.
Okay, thank you. I also, haven't said that, so something comes to mind, but I'm not going to let you. I'm not talking to answer. Even the Nigerian military is fighting under the Usman Dan Fodio badge. That's what is written. The badge the flag that Usman Dan Fodio fought under is what the Nigerian army is fighting under. So you see, one thing points to the other. But then
now, don't get me wrong. Listen, I'm not saying it is right. I am saying it is not outside the realm of possibilities that nations do it. So, like I said, maybe this is obviously why the IDF indiscriminately murders people extrajudicially and carries out all this crime, because that was their policy when they were a terrorist group. That's just my
correction. The Likud Party was from the terrorist group Ergun. Correction.
Okay, now, poor father, you have.
And it's an Israeli terrorist group.
Your time.
What's the correction? Is it your correction on your part or my part?
No.
On my part. It's the Ergun, not Haganah.
Please hold on.
Terrorist party.
Poor father, hold on.
Terrorist group.
Poor father, hold on. Let's end this channel. Then this then you can start with that one. Paul, go ahead.
Okay. Sometimes some people that you call terrorists, you criticize some of the things that you do because of the power of the media, how strong the media can be.
If you can hear me, post your link. Go ahead.
Okay, it changes, it varies and everything. You see the Italians that moved to America and everything. Places like New York used to call Amsterdam. The Dutch people dominate, but the Italians come, they work hard, they struggled, they even dominate. The second biggest bank in America today, what we call Bank of America, used to be Bank of Italy. The Italians, they did very well. We see the Irish, how they struggled, they work hard. Today, their country is working for them. The Italians try to keep their culture and everything. They fight back and everything, but they still remember homeland. And they develop homeland. They remember their history, like the Irish celebrate their St. Patrick's Day. I think it's time for the Israeli people to understand that, like Peter Tosh would say, everybody's talking about justice, but nobody's talking about peace. The Israelis should stop, let them go rest and find peace. The Americans finally defeat the Germans and everything, still develop the Germans and put it behind. You understand? It's time for the Israelis to think like that. They've not even finished this war. How they want to scatter Iran like they did with Iraq, like they did with Libya. They have started thinking now they are working with Americans again, like Senator from Oklahoma, to move to Turkey. They should move on and let the world find peace than this fight. Then when you talk, they say it's a small country with 9 million people, with a dot and everything. But how are you a dot, but you keep fighting? Then when they talk, you say proxy. Look, KJ, you might talk about Islam and extremists. You understand? We have them in Christians. These people who rob Donald Trump, who call him Africa, who pray all these things. These are the so-called fundamentalists, the extreme when it comes to Christian. You understand? But why they are doing this thing? The same Israel is bombing Lebanon. That place, there's a lot of Christians there that are dying. France is fighting and everything. They don't want the thing to come to them. You know, France has very good issue in that Lebanon and the likes. They're doing everything. Now they're taking that place. We cannot continue like this. You understand? America did the same thing with Japan. Still work with Japan. Japan is the 4th richest economy in the world today. Still work with Germany. It's the richest economy in Europe today. When will Israel take a break than keep fighting? My Christians people who support these people. KJ, I put it to you again. Remember what Benjamin Netanyahu said on Easter Day after Easter. You understand? They say people are talking about Christ. Christ is nothing. It is the Gentiles. It's even better than the so-called Christians that you and I will say we are Christians. This is Benjamin Netanyahu word. Look it up. And everything. We should stop all these hard line, all these rhetorics and everything. Let's find peace. America find peace. It may be big business with all these military contractors and everything. But if we arrange our house very well, it will be hard for us to bring them in to come destroy us. They have that different goal. They just want to sell weapons. And remember what they do. They make the minority stronger than the majority. Then the majority will feel pain. We want to invest in military hardware. And we'll continue to hate ourselves. And we will never grow as a people. So we should grow up and think very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ovie, Operation Gladio.
Forefather say, if a nation is facing attack, the citizen we should unite. I totally agree with that. Nigeria is being invaded by both terrorists, both religious fighters, everyone. So, on that spirit, I say we should stand in the order of my political godfather, Monday or Paulo, who said that we should give Tinubu 3.5 million votes. So, take it as an order. We are working on it.
All right.
And 2028 is also very much in motion. So, on that note, renew hope. That's where we are. We never get any other candidate. We won't follow us drag. So until then, push the story. Am I right with that? I know say when we are focused on a goal, we know that you get time to the rant. Rant na verse. We are not hungry. We are focused.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you so much. All right. My brother Tony, I hope you're not versing. Don't be versing.
It be like say you don't read my mind, so I don't calm down. But I'm surprised that forefathers made me an object of his rant. Of all the myriads of problems that we should discuss, what is bothering him is me and my family. He has to grow up. Someone has to tell him that. And I think it's a baloney for him to say that I have ever in this platform supported the killing of children in Iran or in Israel. I be like say give him when he smoke. So with Obje works well with him. I think so. Obje, stop it. Don't do it next time because I causing a problem in this platform. Yeah, but speaking seriously, I think we need to take a model from Republic of Benin at this time. And I think we have said it. They just elected a young man, 49 years old, Harvard trained, Renaud Madagni, and he was the former finance minister. The Beninoans who were in Nigeria were able to vote from Nigeria. I think there's something that we can learn from that small country. If Nigeria wants to move forward, and Nigeria is seriously worried about, if Nigerians are seriously worried about the issues that we have in the country, they should grow and abandon this mosaic of ethnicity, religious provincialism, cronyism, nepotism, and all the vices that we see manifested in the government at various levels as we see. And then as for the military, we've had issues, and that's where I have issues with forefathers, but I don't want to make him a subject because he's the Lilliputian and he's too insignificant for me to discuss. Me and I'm not be mates, we'll not be age. So I'm not going to discuss him. We just meet in this panel and we share views. I think that if you take the issue where a colonel, an officer, a colonel, had intel to go and investigate. He had a call to go and investigate how well the issues that his boys somewhere are facing. And he was driving on a Toyota Hilux. And they laid IED for him. And that killed him. That is a shame. He should not be driving on a Toyota Hilux. He should be driving on an armored car. And they just wasted him for nothing. You take the same thing for the general Hosseini, who died, at Benshek. Okay? Now, two things we heard. One, they said the vehicle was not operational. You can't deploy a vehicle that is not operational on the war front, on the battlefront. You can't do that. So it's likely that it was sabotaged. But what I understand from my own personal study, is that vehicle, Tiger tank, didn't have fuel. It didn't have diesel because it's powered by diesel. And it has a 1,200 liters capacity. And diesel today, I hear, sells for 2,000 naira. So if you were to fill that vehicle, we're talking about 2.5 million, just one vehicle. So you can see the dilemma. And because of that, the man died. So the challenge is, and I'm saying this because we have people who say, oh, numbers, increase the numbers. But you can see the dilemma that these people are facing. This is just one case. So if we are serious about addressing this challenge, I said it before, you have to look at logistics, welfare, training, intel. You have to look at, retraining. It's a whole total gamut of corruption in the military. And I think that when you address some of these issues and make the army very mobile, highly mobile, drones, use technology, modern technology. Some of the things that we're doing now, we don't need to even deploy forces. We can use technology to detect them and strike without losing a soul. So these are many other issues. And then good leadership. These are some of the things that we need if we want to succeed in dealing with this problem. So that's my rant. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Tony. Thank you. Thank you also for not vesting. All right, and so that is our discussion today, and I totally agree with what Tony just said. We are in a very very difficult place in Nigeria, and no matter what anybody says, and that's the reason why I've said to you, I've said to all this today, that I have lost interest in international politics, because even the local one, we have not been able to get our acts together. If you listen to the speech of Tinubu to the people who has put together to help him win the election and what he told them, I don't think after listening to him you'll be bothered about what Donald Trump is saying, because it's almost the same thing. When you say you don't care, you don't care, you don't care, and you're not afraid of anybody. You are the Jagaban of Lagos. So that is a speech from your Nigerian leader to his political stewards on how to go about trying to get things done in Nigeria. Now, when we come here, I want all of us to understand that it's not that we're coming for a lecture and somebody is a lecturer giving us instructions what to believe or what to believe. We all have our various idiosyncrasies, for lack of a better word, and consequently our argument is going to come from one side or the other. I don't know anybody who is going to argue based on the fact that everything you are saying is you want everybody to believe that whatever you are saying, they must take it or they become enemy of state. Having said that, it is for all of us to put our hands together and see how we can salvage Nigeria. The truth of the matter is that the only reason why we are being respected outside now is because at least you have a place that belongs to you. The moment that place is in turmoil, we may not even be able to present ourselves anywhere else. Having said that, we will be moving over to Forefathers broadcast, which is starting immediately. So I'll employ every one person, especially funny, go over to forefathers and let us continue there. Because of you, I'll come to forefathers because it seems to me that you have something you want to tell me. But I won't say that. For those people, for those people who think that we listen. You see, Tony, and I said this for these three people who are here now, I believe, and at least I know them. Each of these three of us here, we have more information. This Ovie, I'm even thinking of a day that I have Ovie, just to have Ovie talk about international politics, certain things that we are not putting out here. There's certain,
I dey charge money. Oh.
It's not every information you put out. Some of them you keep it to your, because you don't want to put yourself in harm's way by any means. You don't want to do that. So if whatever anybody feels, you don't want to put yourself in harm's way because we're not being paid here. These people here are contributing their quota to the national development of Nigeria. You on the key part, you are contributing your quota to national development. Nobody will spoil Nigeria. You know spoiler, me I know spoiler. We're only looking for how to go forward. So please, when you are coming, come, if you need to take small expectation before you come, take expectation. So you're going to calm yourself down before you reach here. Eh? All right. I won't say that. I want to say thank you on behalf of Dr. Rudolph and every single one of you. We really appreciate your spending your time with us. We don't take it for granted. If you're not here, there will be no program. To just be 3 talking head or 4 talking head. So we really, really appreciate your contributions, whether it is for us or against us, or even just you putting forward your own observation. We appreciate it. Thank you, and see you tomorrow when we'll be here to discuss again. Tomorrow is going to be, more topic, more issues, more, debates. It's never dull, no dull moment here. Until then, you take care.